Alright, let's go ahead and get this started. So, for anyone who may be watching this, I found a particularly interesting game back in Snellman Records, and I wanted to go ahead and share that with chat. Let me go ahead and paste a link. So unfortunately, if you're used to the Board Game Arena interface, it is going to be some substantial effort for you to sort of track what's going on in this, because it is through the Snellman client, which unfortunately is not going to play back moves for you in real time. So this is actually a writer's analysis of the game with a whole bunch of branching decision points where they talk about the different options available. So you can sort of do a play along yourself where you check each link for each section in the game state, and you know, thinking through what the author writes, you can make your own calls about what you would be doing in these spots and see how you stack up with Zevok, who is historically a very fantastic player. So here is the link on that. Also, if you're unfamiliar with Snellman terminology, you may also need a different link in order to be able to interpret all of the analysis that's going on in the thread. So here's a second link that sort of defines all the terminology, the bonus card and favor numbering, space position mapping, etc. So hopefully people will enjoy that somewhat. I certainly did, following along with it and making my own calls, and I'm not going to spoil anything about the game. So, you know, go ahead and amuse yourself with that, and if someone wants to bring up whatever decision points on stream, I would be happy to discuss, but I'll let you do it yourselves before spoiling. You know, it's taken a hot minute to get into game here. I was really hopeful when we were immediately sitting on searching for one opponent that we'd have one right away, but it seems not to be Oh well. Okay, it turned brown. I don't know if that's some kind of progress or not. We'll see. It's sort of bizarre that there's a colored progress bar. It's unclear what that... I mean, I know there's technical definitions for the loading bar colors specified here, but what even is the point? You know, these make sense for casual games where it's actually testing for broader spectrums of configurations on the game. But in Arena, it's all standardized. There's only one configuration anyway, so who knows why it even bothers with that. I suspect just developer oversight. There's definitely little bits and pieces around BGA where I've seen developer oversight. And hopefully this time around, you know, sort of the last broadcast ended on a real sour note, with a stream sniper having listened the whole way through, which explained why such a terrifically badly ranked player managed to dance through so many traps we laid for them. Though, of course, amusingly, they couldn't dance through all of them, and in the end had to get caught. So, it sucks. It would have been an easy win had they not, you know, sort of overheard all the key several layer deep ways that they could cut us off if they hadn't heard all that through the stream. But it is what it is. Even if we didn't win and it would have been an easy win without, at least they got their just desserts. Going along with that old game replay that I just linked in the chat, do speak up, by the way, if you're interested in that and you don't have it. I'm not sure if people can actually see chat history upon joining a room, so I don't know if that's available. But I stumbled across that game because I've been particularly intently focusing on my Swarmling play recently. I think for a long while that was kind of a sore point in my Terra Mystica gaming, that I had been messing up the Swarmlings quite routinely, and that's not going to happen anymore. I've trained extensively under a waterfall with Russian monks, all those tropes. I'm sure I did it all. Awesome, we are in a game now. And we've actually battled against Mr. Fickles before. My recollection was that he was I don't know. I think he was pretty indifferent about us before. But we did notice a lot of lower rated players. So, hopefully we don't lose too much ELO if we get anything other than first. But, you know, we may be able to expect less than perfect play in some of these. Okay. So taking a look down the bonus cards, the two scoring ones are Dwelling and Shipping scoring. Those are both very suggestive of Mermaids and Alchemists, who are some of the best races at capitalizing hard on those. Of note in this lineup, Spade scoring occurs... Oh, sorry, that's Town scoring. Spade scoring occurs in round 1. So actually, with Spade scoring in round 1, this may seem kind of bizarre or counterintuitive, but I really like the Darklings in such positions. It's less to do with scoring the spades, though that counts for something. They can often get 2 spades cashed in the first round, whereas many races, that 2 is higher than the average. We'll just say that. But the real boon is being able to get paid these coins per Earth Cult step, so that they can take an Earth 2 Econ favor and then get both extra workers and extra coins to try to launch faster into the Sanctuary onto. Let's see. As it stands, so town scoring on 4, hopefully we can garner something in there. I think a lot of races will be able to cash on that once. Twice could be a little ambitious. This TP scoring in the final round is the most spammable of all of these scorings at the timings they're listed. So we're going to be very interested in getting a Water 1 favor so that we can capitalize on that. Not a lot of extra workers in the bonus cards, and we do have the extra coins. So Alchemists, maybe not at their best, especially no Priest means no shipping boost to get a harder start. So I don't know that I'm especially interested in Alchemists in this setup. It certainly looks like a reasonably nice one for Mermaids, just because of the scoring cards available, but even that it's kind of whatever, because someone else is very likely to toss in the Mermaids. Very popular faction, just in general. Let's see, what do we want to be doing here? We really have all the money cards. I'm not particularly loving this layout for any race. Engineers might be interesting to try and get a stronghold on round 3 and cash a ton of bridge points over the game course. It does make that a little easier to take 1 town on 4 out of 2 total. Let's just throw in the engineers. You know, they're a pretty high skill cap faction. We'll see what we wind up bidding on, because I'm not super in love with anybody, and it's definitely known that engineers are a faction where the score correlates much more highly with ELO rating, or sorry, margin of victory is a more useful metric than score. It correlates much more highly with the ELO rating than for most races, and at a steeper coefficient. So these are very suggestive facts for proving that the engineers are kind of a higher skill cap race, not easy to get into as a casual, which is sort of what we want when we looked down the list and saw a lot of lower rated players. As predicted, Mermaids came in. Mermaids always ready to be tossed in. Giants. Okay, that's kind of interesting. So Giants have to get their stronghold on round 1. Alright, well, that's quick off the bat. I guess people are starting to get to know what I do here. Hopefully no strongly negative reactions to that happening. But, you know, it is what it is. If the fellow's gonna ask, well, there it is for him. So Giants, interesting race because they have to go Stronghold on 1. It's really the only viable opening. But that means that they're gonna score 2 spades on this round 1 scoring. So that's something right there. They won't be able to capitalize on both of these scorings later because, of course, then they won't have a stronghold after that. I think a thing that sort of counterbalances the spade scoring existing in a round where other factions don't capitalize as easily is the existence of this card, which is very, very strong for a lot of races, very weak for the Giants, because, of course, the Giants have no way to utilize an odd number of spades. So what are we interested in getting here? Giants pretty blah on the whole, and like I said, this is kind of looking, I don't know, fairly average case-ish for them. This card helps them out a bit too. You know, if it's a pretty average case spot for the Giants, that means it's really terrible for Giants. How good are the Cultists here? So the Cultists will be happy to rocket up the brown track. on round 1, and then they'll cash some spades later. These are good cult scorings, very spammable. This is a bad round for the cultists, because of course they want to gain cult rank without investing priests. So, you know, it's sort of for the cultists. They'll be on balance. Does help that there's no black or yellow, though. So they actually have no color neighbors. That's somewhat interesting. We may have to scrap with engineers with the giants in order to avoid having spaces cut away. I think probably just looking at this opener, probably most interested in taking mermaids for 30. Engineers for 30, also very reasonable. You know, really sort of any of these but the giants are in okay shape. But it is a nicety that the mermaids wind up with no color neighbors. It's very atypical, since witches, darklings, quite popular factions. Let's take a look at Snellman's stats and see how those stack up for these races. So, engineers, mermaids, we have giants, and we have cultists. So keep in mind, 7 games, very low sample size. Keep in mind this is an average, expected weighted placement amongst all 7 of those. Mermaids actually fare pretty low on this rating. That's a bit interesting. Maybe as I sort of pause and think about it, I may observe that it could be difficult to get a lot of power leeching in the early game. I would imagine a triangle start here would lead to a good amount of leeching, but I guess there's fears if I begin that way. I could have this tile cut. It is a little worrisome to start on engineers when giants are... You know, I guess it doesn't really matter a lot that giants are color neighbors, because they're sort of equally color neighbors with everyone. And it is nice that engineers should have pretty free reign to come into this sector. They also... I could start over here and have some interesting interactions with the cultists without darklings getting in the way. But cutting up this section may be harder, because giants likely to want to start like here-ish and here-ish. Yeah, really the question I'm asking myself here is, do I want to bid mermaids at 28 or engineers at 30? And it's actually sort of sick to think I might get engineers at 30. In a first chair spot, which leads to a lot of power leeching. But it's hard to say. Let's go ahead and make it engineers. I think the earlier town scoring bodes against mermaids, who are sort of reliant on grabbing the 3 towns for their points. Where do we want to start? Definitely we want this placement. To be clear, final ratings on these: cultists at 28, mermaids at 29. So apparently we're very well stacked up in the start config. I would imagine the cultists are going to want this tile. And giants are in here. Okay, this is going to be lots of power for everyone upgrading in here. But particularly it's going to be the most for us because we get the first upgrade. So, you know, we'll have the first trading post to capture 2 from all the subsequent upgrades. Now that cultists are over in this slot, this becomes a more attractive start tile. I acquire the mix-up. I can go up along the top here if giants don't block there, which they indeed have not. Or I can also take bridge tower here and bridge across this way and come down. And really, it looks like I may wind up with free reign in all of those directions, right? The cultists and I can coexist very peacefully in this sector and both get what we want. Because they're interested in these 4 tiles, which I don't care about. So, yay for that. Since, you know, I think both of us working together on this, it helps a bunch. So this is going to be the start tile because we know giants have not cut off the top access option. See what bonus card comes our way. Surely the spade is the one we want the most. Surely we won't get it. Pretty crazy if that actually somehow made it. Yep, okay. Cut away instantly. That is exactly what I would expect. It's definitely the best early game bonus card. Now we're going to have to be very careful as engineers here, because engineers classically struggle to get enough workers when they're missing their basic income that comes without any dwellings on the map, and then they have fewer underneath these dwellings too. So, you know, not having access to as many workers through bonus cards will hold us back some. We're definitely going to want this Earth 2 favor to supplement that. Okay, Mermaid's looking for a starting tile. They're probably going to cut this 3 power in the worker, but who knows? They may cut away... It may be 3 power plus shipping is actually a surprisingly strong start for Mermaids. They can get 8 dwellings down on the first round with that card, with basically no effort. And they have the dwelling placements that would enable that. So I wouldn't be shocked to see that come out at all here. 6 coins also just outrageously strong for Mermaids. Mermaids are constantly coin starved. So like, maybe there's some world where they take this, but I actually think the 6 money is probably their best bet. If it were dwelling scoring in round 1, I would take the plus shipping card with the Mermaids here. Because, let's see, what did they cut? Oh, they did take plus shipping. Interesting. Okay, so our ideal start is ending the turn with 2 temples and a dwelling down. If we can get that, we're going to be mega happy. This requires, beyond our starting resources, an extra worker, 3 extra coins, and a spade. So we can definitely get all of that. The one that helps us the most towards it is this card right here. It just takes care of the worker, and then we only have to worry about gaining some money and a spade, and we're going to start with, like, insane power. Just bonkers amounts. We can take the most if we upgrade this first. So, in it comes. I imagine everyone's going to be upgrading in this sector here to rake in tons and tons of power. Mermaids and cultists don't get quite as much. Only the giants and I are adjacent to everyone, and only I got first priority on making the upgrade. So what are we going to need in order to make this start a reality? Okay, interesting. The giants snapped a priest here, and they snapped money on their bonus card. They may well be looking to upgrade their shipping after they get a stronghold, and then just start terraforming across this way with shipping. If they get to 2 shipping, well, I guess that gets them over towards this a little quicker. Okay, do we want to accept this power? So this is from cultists, which is why it's not an auto accept. It will give them a bump on the cult track. But it looks like giants already accepted here. So we may as well take it. No harm, no foul, right? Like, the cultists get their bump either way. Okay, already we're sitting on a big load of power. So what can we consider here? We really want to make sure we don't lose access to these. That would be disaster. Now, let's think about this. So, we may actually have access to take 2 spades plus the requisite money. We only need 3 coins. We're likely to absorb even more power in here. We don't have to rush at the Earth 1 favor yet, because giants just can't obtain it in round 1. They have to get their stronghold as part of the start. So, with no urgency on that, now would be the time to go looking at a power action. If we take this, then we're gonna have, let's see, I'll have to burn 2 power out of this bank, so I will be 1 coin short unless I can absorb any more power later in the round. But that seems like a lock. How could I not? All this is gonna get upgraded. I'm just gonna have the power flooding in. So I think I'm interested in this double spade. That really seems like it's going to do the most for us over the course of the game. Especially spade scoring in round 1, you know? We gotta rake those points while we can. So here we go. Double spade. I'm going to go ahead and poach it off right here, actually, so I can drop a bridge tower, because that does still give me access to drop my dwelling. And then I'm very nicely situated to take all the bridge scoring starting on round 3. So that's how we're going to play this. Go ahead and confirm that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, okay. I got a little worried there that it wasn't going to let me special landscape it. But, there's our special landscape. Bridge tower. So, for those who may not be used to playing with this expansion, it's a very good expansion, the landscapes one. I highly recommend it. It gives every faction a unique building they can construct. So, yeah, every faction has their own unique building. They can only build one copy of it, and we just built ours. Ours is the bridge tower. Oh, interesting. Mermaids just cut single dig. Us taking double dig away from mermaids is actually pretty mean to them, if I'm being honest. They're definitely not going to be super happy about that. They would want to dig in a couple places so they could build the most dwellings in here. Right, if they can dig here, they gain access to that one. But still digging here gives them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dwellings. Okay, upgrade. Yes, we want the power. Yes, please accept. So that's really great. Now we can't actually be cut off our starting temple opening, though it will involve burning down as low as 7 power tokens. If we have to make the bad version of this. I don't think we will. We're liable to absorb more power this round. But we're off to a crazy strong start. We're going to get... Not only are we going to get 2 temples and a dwelling with the favors that we want. Let's take this, because I'm not keen on burning more power tokens if we don't have to. And also the giants clicked accept. So again, it's the cultists. We're going to get their cult bump either way. Okay. Cultists took the Earth 1 favor. We must now would be our chance to grab that. So let's go ahead and get it, because if we don't, well, then we'll be very sad. I know I said that we absolutely needed the Earth 2 favor, and while that is truth, it's not required that we take it here. We don't have to worry about that, because the Earth 2 favor's definitely not running out. We'll get them before the end of the round. Okay, if we can absorb any more power, which should happen on the Giants' turn, I imagine they're going to be building a stronghold. Okay, last Earth 1 favor disappeared for mermaids. Yeah, so if they build stronghold, then we'll actually be situated as our next move to take this money favor. Oh, interesting that Giants actually chose a temple opening. Statistically, this is abysmal. Super bad for them. Like, just incredibly bad. And that means they can't capitalize on this spade scoring either for this round. So I think Giants are in deep trouble. Not too worried about them anymore. Not too worried about much, actually. We're just having an outrageous start. We're also going to get a bridge tower on top of everything else I specified for the opening, with 2 spades down on a spade scoring round. Okay, Giants grabbed the air favor, so I guess that's what you would have to do in their spot, because they need digs somewhere, and they didn't get a stronghold to get them. I don't know. I think they're down and out of this very far. Okay, so what are we about to be doing? Cultists are going to have a weak opener because, oh no, I was thinking they wouldn't have any spades because these got snapped up right away, but actually cultists have a spade on their bonus tile. Maybe they'll take it now. kind of hoping they do. Um, just because, again, we'll get to absorb power from that transaction, likely. Yes, indeed we do, as they proceed to build right here. Okay. So we're pretty happy about that. We can take... No one else can take this. So we are actually giving them a free step on the Earth track, which equates to 2 power and a coin. But, you know, it's fine. We're the engineers. We expect to do worse on cults than a lot of people, and I think I'm content to just let the cultists have all their stuff for this, because it's 2 less power tokens I'm gonna have to burn. Even though I'm granting that step. And, you know, go ahead, do your step, but I don't have to burn power tokens to get the extra coins I need to finish out everything. So I will be super thrilled to just pinch this off right here. Lots of money. Not only did I not burn power tokens for it, so now I get to keep a ton in my cycles, I also just get to bank up extra money for future rounds. So we have just gotten away with a scandalously good engineers opening. Our next action is going to be building this dwelling. I guess I kind of hope we can do it before the cultist build here, because then we can absorb more power if we're so inclined. But that doesn't seem very likely, because the cultists are just running out of things to do. They're probably just going to build this for their final dwelling and for the round and then call it a day. Whereas we still have 3 actions: build dwelling and upgrade dwelling to a trading post, then trading post to temple. Now the question here is which of the 2 dwellings do we want to be our temple? So the reason I'm getting this prompt again is it's from the cultists. So if I accept it, I receive 1 power, and cultists receive a bump on the Earth track, which is it's a coin now, and it's, you know, maybe points later as they go about winning cults. And then there's, of course, this. It may result in an extra spade for them later too. Probably not. I imagine they'll get this anyway, but you know that it's 1 less bump somewhere. Now they get a power if we don't give them the coin. You know, this looks really desperate and like bad play, but I'm actually considering accepting the single point. It's a real consideration here. They will gain 1 power as recompense for their 1 coin. And 1 power is worth like half a coin-ish if you use the inefficient conversion rates. This is definitely a hard problem, what we want to do here. Would have been nice to get this first, but it was definitely much more important to pinch off the game's strongest power action and give ourselves all that money. I think let's really a tough one. Okay, we're gonna take in 6 power, and we're not getting any more power for the rest of the round. But we'll take in 6 power income at round end, 1 from this Earth favor, 5 from here. Okay, so if I accept this and gain 6 power, okay, I'm still nowhere close to being power capped. That may enable me to do something like snap off double spade at the start of the next round, which I'm not going to be getting this 3rd temple this round. I'm going to want to be setting up for a fast stronghold with a lot of bridges. So, double spade has some merits on that front, especially if we want the town in the round after. Really, any power action? I think it's fine to take this. This is... Yeah, if we turn it down, cultists will be at 6 power and 6. We can give them 2 more in here. They don't gain any on income. So we actually can't make them waste power by power capping them in this manner. That's a little bit of a disappointing outcome. I would have loved to power cap them. Let's go ahead and, we've got... Let's decline this. I think the ending rationale for why I'm declining it is that we have more money than everyone else, and we want to keep it that way. Just deny other people, make them get on the money bonus cards that we're not interested in. So sort of like force a more cooperative equilibrium for them. Speaking of which, it's probably useful here to talk about what bonus card we do want. So the immediate reaction is, well, what can we score on? Unfortunately, we can't gain more workers, which is a thing we're sorely going to want. We're only going to have 2 of them. And we're going to put a dwelling back and cover this so that we only have this income plus the Earth 2 income. And then once we have 2 workers, we can't get an extra one from the bonus card. It's just straight up not possible. So, how are we... Okay. Well, we can think about that later, because we know we just have to upgrade a temple in our next 2 actions. Now, which of these do we want to be the temple? We will grant more power to the cultists if we pick this one. But also they'll wind up granting more power back to us later, potentially. Just because this borders 2 of their things, whereas this only borders the 1. And they're not liable to come down in this direction. So I think it's probably useful to play the cooperate equilibrium with the cultists, just because that doesn't help giants or mermaids, so it's okay for both of our scores to go up. We also know cultists are passed out, and they did take the high money card. So I guess I like, we're going to wind up building up in this direction, which already leeches a lot of power here. We don't want to be paying away too many points for our power, but we do also make the cultists pay away 2 points if we upgrade in this placement. I think in the end, we're probably happier to take our power in... No, actually, we're not going to get a lot of power over the course of the game except on this wave front here. Because there's really, as we build in here, there's not going to be a lot coming around. Maybe some coming this way from cultists. Tricky to say. Definitely a weird spot figuring out which to do. I think it's probably better for us long run to give less power into the cultists. Just because if it's less power for both of us, that hurts them more than us. Which sounds like a crazy statement, but it's true, because we already have so much power generation passively, they're not going to have any. So up this goes. We're going to grab a temple down here. It would be great if we could pass on to this spade bonus tile. That's clearly the best one for us. I think virtually 0 shot that it happens, though. Because the, oh, let's see. Giants upgraded their digging capabilities. That's what they did with the priest. So giants are going to have a very, very slow start. But it is going to make for a powerful late game where they can terraform everything for 2 workers. So I guess we'll see how that pans out for them. Mermaids built another dwelling. Do mermaids have the capability to build? Yes, they do. They can still build 1 more dwelling. And they have the power to do it if they burn a power token. Okay, giants have passed. What bonus card are they passing to? I guess we'll find out. They took the dwelling scoring one. Interesting. That's not going to score them very much. They'll have maybe at best like 2 dwellings for the next round. So spade's still up. Let's get this upgraded to a temple. And at this point, we're kind of hoping mermaids get in that. Let's grab this. We're definitely going to need it. Because of course that's 2 money now, and a worker, and a power, and then income of these as the game goes longer. It's a pretty wonderful deal. We are hoping mermaids... Okay, they do make the power conversion and build their last dwelling, and the reason we're ultra happy about that is we get to pass first and have the spade! Which is... that's crazy. Very surprised things worked out that way, but super happy about it. Let's choose this bonus card. So, as discussed, we've just had some scandalously powerful round 1. It really does not get any better than that. That may actually be the literal ideal. So, so where are we headed moving forward? Well, things we need to do, we're going to want to start getting bridges in place because we want to max out our stronghold scoring. We are intending to build that in round 3 when it scores. But there's no worry about this disappearing fast. It's a lot of terraforms for the cultists. In fact, it's a triple terraform for the cultists. Whereas these are singles and that's a double. So we'll just let them do their thing around here as long as we get that 1 space. We're fine. No rush on it. The things that we have to rush for in the next round will be power actions and depositing our priest. I think we do want to deposit our priest because it scores 2 as a cult reward if we can make it happen. Yeah. Now, which cult reward do we want to deposit them? So there's some rationale in trying to procure the fire or air worker bonuses, but if we're first to deposit in a cult, we only get rank 3 ranks in it, and it's hard to think how we might come by the 4th. We're probably not getting any favors that soon that I can think of. I guess there is some crazy world here, actually, where we upgrade yet another temple for this round, because it scores, it does. And if we make that upgrade, then... So that's going to cost us 6 coins to 2 workers. We still have access to a spade. We still are going to want to construct dwellings as we're capable of. But we're going to need workers for that. So maybe this is the power action to be cutting. Yeah, that's looking pretty strong to me to cut this one away. And then, I guess, a high point of doing it that way is we set ourselves up early with a water 1 favor, so that we can just reap those benefits all game long. Okay. So, we just had this snapped away by the giants. And that... Wow. Okay. Well, that hurts what we can do. So we can still build the temple and dig a dwelling, just by using the inefficient conversion rates. We also have an option to try building 2 dwellings here, because this spade exists. 2 dwellings only gives us 1 extra dwelling income, though. So that is a little bit limiting. We would probably take here and here, which is setting ourselves up for more bridges in the next round. Just because we'll have all the crossing points ready on one side at least. Now, is this 1 spade likely to disappear? So the giants won't want it at all. The cultists certainly want it. The cultists want it so badly it hurts. Is that true? I guess they only have the one extra site to build. This is a bit of a tough call here. I do think the mermaids are incapable of grabbing this. So that's a nicety. The cultists do have the one vacant space, but they have a lot more resources than that to spend. They may use their resources for inefficient worker conversion and then upgrading a second temple because it does score right now. We could also look to snap away a cult spot. There's something to be said for securing 3 earth, just so we know we broke this spade later in the game. And that also gives us 2 power, so we don't have to burn as much in doing this action. I think ultimately I'm going to be most excited about making sure that I get the highest bump I can on a cult space. I can survive without this if I have to, and I may not have to because only the cultists can meaningfully take it, and they may not want it if they're, playing to the round goals. It's not just that I'm likely to get it, I'm also, on top of being very likely to get it, I'm also not, I'm not that hurt by losing it. I can just play and get another temple if I have to. I already have this spade sitting in the bank. That's super helpful that we got that action card. Probably the course of action we want is just sitting on a lot of saved money after digging 2 spaces and building 2 dwellings. And then that'll let us upgrade to Stronghold in the next round, staying on 3 worker income. And we'll have a ton of stored money, 7 of it, and we'll collect this too. So 9 does get us our Stronghold payment. Alright. This is going to be an assembly of 5 levels of buildings when I dig this slot. We're just staying mindful because we want to form a town on round 4. So that means the Stronghold upgrade can't happen here because this would be 7 levels of buildings spaced over 4 spots. Yeah. So the Stronghold upgrade is going to have to happen here, and that'll give us 5 on this front. Then the next round, it's actually not crazy to think we might double town in round 4. We probably wouldn't be able to take a 3rd town later in the game, but if it happened, whatever. Another thing we can think about is since we know we're strongholding on the next round, why, we might want actually to get a bridge out. It's starting to look like we're going to have tons and tons of power. If we take this action and dig here, then we do actually have access to 7 power, so we could take the bridge action and drop it in here, and then dig the other side with our bonus card. And that would be pretty nifty. That would set us up for more points as soon as that stronghold is a thing. Then if our power gave us, if we had enough power income, we could build another bridge and a dwelling down here after the next round, and then take 6 points on paths for our stronghold. It's looking pretty promising. Okay, single dig gone. Oh well. Can't say I'm overly surprised. Yeah, I could have taken it before putting the bump up here, but then I would have had to burn a lot of power tokens to do both of those and take out the line that I just described. So that's, it's a little nerve-wracking burning that many power tokens as engineers. We need to keep being able to accept this 6 power. We're going to take it every income phase for the game. Okay, Giants on the dwelling scoring card have elected to pay the hard way for the TT upgrade, and then they're presumably paying a hard way for a temple upgrade, and then taking 0 points on pass, and having just a single worker as income and 2 priests. I think they're off in crazy land. They're not going to manage anything meaningful, interesting, useful for the game. Cultists are going to build here. Probably before the round is out, given that they took the spade. So we could look to go dwelling plus another temple. That will give us some points, and then we can start this water favor working for us, so everything we do just scores millions. But doing that does require the bad conversion because we lost access to the this. It's unfortunate. It's really what we wanted. I think we know we want a spade here no matter what, so let's just go ahead and make that a thing. You could say, well, aren't you like sort of setting yourself up poorly for if you want to upgrade the temple? And like, yes, because now I would have to take 2 of the inefficient conversions. Okay, do we want to accept this? Still worth thinking about, as we do want to lay in the bridge this round. No one can cut this space from us yet, and we want the next thing we dig to be across the bridge, for sure. Yeah, I think this is worth it, given that the cultists can't get any immediate rewards from it. So go ahead and sign me up. They can fight it out on air, because I, of course, am just not even going to play that contest. Now, if we get a temple over here, then we may not be able to make a stronghold. We won't have enough workers saved. We're actually going to need this 1, 2, 3, 4. That actually just puts us at the value to make the stronghold. So we even have to worry about where are the extras coming to build the dwelling across the bridge from ourselves. Okay, so on that note, I'm not interested in upgrading a temple. I very much want to just capitalize 1 million engineer stronghold points. Much prefer that line. Okay, Giants have now max upgraded their digs with the Cave of Wisdom. Interesting. They terraformed the hard way by paying 4 workers for it. That seems like a bad play. They're just in terrible shape. Do we want to drop the bridge in now? We can't actually accept all this power income if we don't. What are we looking at as a bonus card? I guess we're interested in taking this one, if possible. You know, we want the bridge here. We don't want to be paying workers for our... it would just be a disaster to have to pay workers for our bridges this early. So let's get the darn bridge now. And then we can just look to pass. Unless we'd prefer to upgrade trading posts, but I don't think we do. I think we're more capped on workers than on money. Okay, we have mermaids advancing on Cult of Air. Cultists. It'll be interesting to see what their action is. This shipping thing's not going to score super great for us till the late game. Actually, neither one of these bonus tiles will. Mermaid's still at 1 shipping, so this is not the powerhouse for them yet. Now, where are the cultists headed? It would make logical sense for them. Okay, they invest their priest, sure. This kind of looks like a weak turn for us, but, you know, often engineer turn 2s are weak after you set up for the super strong turn 1, and we've counted everything out to ensure that our next turn is rockin'. Okay, Giants passing early because they can't do anything. They've played themselves to a state where nothing is doable. The bonus card we wanted just went away. That's a shame. Would have been nice to get that extra worker for free. Will a bonus card that we like open up for us if we wait here? I think the answer on that's a pretty clear no. Because we're not, yeah, definitely no. Like, none of these bonus cards help us a ton. We're not super in need of the money, given that we're sitting on 8 right now, and we're gonna take 2 here. 10 money is more than we need. You know, we get our 6 for the stronghold, and past that we'll just be maybe building 2 dwellings. So, I guess I'm inclined to jump on the dwelling scoring card, even though it's probably only going to be 2 points. 3 if things set up favorably. There's not great alternatives, and I would rather take a worker as income than upgrade one of these now and get coins. It also puts us higher in the order for taking the power actions that we're going to want, because we do actually need to secure a dig on our next move. A dig power action. We're just going to be power actioning for all our digs the whole game. Okay, so yeah, given that there's no moves to be made, that there's no help for this, I suppose it has to be the dwelling scoring card, and it's not a lot of points, not a lot of money, but it is what it is. Then when we pass, we can take 3 points from our stronghold, plus 2 or 3 points from dwellings, and then some sickening. Yeah, okay. Well, we set ourselves up pretty well here. Our 6 power income is actually going to put us at 6 in the highest bowl and 4 in bowl 2. So we do have the possibility of snapping off double dig as our first move, just so that we go here and here. But we're already only at exactly the 4 workers that we require to build our stronghold. So we do need extra workers for the round, which may mean we're looking instead at single dig, even though double is so much more efficient. Just because otherwise we are required to leech 2 power for the round, or we don't get our bridge scoring. Let's take a look down. Other people's power bowls, frankly, suck. The Giants are getting, I guess, 5 power income. Are the Mermaids 1. Cultists, I don't think will take any. So that means that no one else will be capable of double digging. So if we take the single dig, we're actually being even more punishing to other people who then can't grab this. It disappears as an option for them. So we sort of set up that we're the only ones who get to dig this round. So because we need the converted workers so badly, that we can't afford to miss, the double dig, since it is risky, we'll just be looking at the single. You know, this analysis that nobody else gets to dig for the round just is icing on the cake with us doing that this was the available possible power action. Love this song, by the way. I believe this is, if I am not failing in my video game jitsu, I think this is Sticker Brush Symphony from Donkey Kong Country. Or it might be Donkey Kong Country 2. Hey there, Deluxe! Yeah, Sticker Brush Symphony. True. Oh, Donkey Kong Country 2. Okay, good to know. Yeah, really, it's a wonderful song. With the parrot, I'm afraid I've never played the game before, so I don't know said parrot. Okay, Giant snapped one of the two power actions we're interested in. So now we know we're running an inefficient conversion for workers, which is just even more reason not to look at double digging here. Cultists still have a single dig. I don't even know where they're going to put it because they don't have any spots they can single dig to their color, and their single dig is just coming out of this card. But we cannot miss on this. It would be disaster if we do. Oh, interesting. Mermaids can double dig. They're not quite at the power threshold for it yet, but if they invest a priest in any of these, they will be able to cross the thresholds on the cult tracks, gain the power, and then they can double dig. But who's to say if they'll actually do that, because they're sitting on the shipping scoring card. They may easily want to upgrade their shipping. Let's just do our thing as discussed. It would be a shame if we missed it. Actually, we can use our priest as the additional worker if we want to double dig here. And that lets us build there and get the stronghold, and if we leech enough power, we could also consider building there. So maybe that's for the best instead. It's, we could trade in the priest to get back another worker at end of round, but I'm more interested in having things now. Yeah, let's double dig. Let's double dig. We gotta get our digging done sometime, Okay, there we are. This is a triple terraform for the cultists. I doubt they're interested in coming up this direction. Okay, snapped after us was infamous power action 4, the busted one. No shocker that mermaids would want that. Particularly if, they look to upgrade their shipping this round, then that's very coin intensive early into the game. Yeah, I'm much happier with this line, just using the priest as a worker. If we can absorb 2 power somehow, then we do get to also build this dwelling in the same round. And that's nice because it's it won't actually be an extra worker income. We'll drop this one down, but we'll cover it back up when we upgrade to a stronghold. But it will score an extra point via this card, so that's a nicety. Interesting. Building the cult palace. So do we want to gain a power and just give them a bump wherever? So it is kind of a key bump for them because it bumps them from odd to even, which will give them an extra worker in payouts here. And we do have to ask ourselves, who are we worried about beating us? Not the giants, but the mermaids and the cultists are on very reasonable tracks here to do strongly this game. So I think we're actually going to decline this power, because it isn't the 2 necessary to build dwelling. So we'll just turn that down. If someone wants to offer us power in increments of 2, then we'll start to listen. Okay, giants did get their stronghold finally. It's way too late to matter. Okay, I think stronghold here is for the best because then we just turn this into a sanctuary and this is a full town unit. So up we go. Unfortunately, we're not going to leech power through this interface this turn, because if the cultists were to upgrade any of these buildings, they would form a town here. And they don't want to do that. They want that to happen next round. So while we're on the topic of music, I've taken, I've broken from the usual for this stream. Rather than having classical music playing, this time around we've got we've just got a video game medley, all sorts of songs. And I don't know what's in it. So I'm as pleasantly surprised by the songs coming as you all may or may not be. Hopefully you are. I know I was incredibly happy to get Sticker Brush Symphony, though. So this game, we're probably going to need 2 shipping. A 2 shipping connection could happen if we acquire this space, which we probably will for bridge sake. Or, I guess, we put 1 bridge in here and maybe a bridge down here. 2 shipping also enables us to start spamming down this coastline. This is a single terraform for us with 2 shipping, and then we can just build here, and hopefully respawn network points. Up this goes. I guess we're gonna need to make a conversion to do that. Priest, you're a worker. Deal with it. Here we go. And that's going to be worth a good chunk of points. And it's, nice that at least we are giving lots of power to the cultists, but if they actually want it, they have to lose lots of points on both upgrades. So we can be happy about that. It's definitely a thing worth examining math-wise in this game, that you do much better for yourself to take twice as many power leech increments in smaller. If you take more power leech steps in smaller increments, you do much better because you pay a lot fewer points for it. If you absorb 2 power, you only pay half as many points, but if you absorb 6 power, you pay almost the same number of points. The ratio is nearly twice as good. And of course, it's sort of undefined infinity value if you can get 1 power for free, which we've turned down now twice in the name of being jerks to the cultist. I don't expect to compete with the cultists for points on any cult track in endgame scoring. They're surely gonna crush us on every track except maybe Earth. But there is a nicety in just giving them less resources from the cults. If they'd gotten 2 more steps, that could be another worker paid out here. They'd also have 2 more power. Pretty happy about how this game has gone on the whole. We do have to pass as our next action. So we're pretty happy to see the cultists passing off of the space that we want, which is that spade. Give us the free spade. We will take a free spade as often as it is granted. That's not quite true. In the end game, we'll be more interested in shipping and dwelling scoring bonus cards. But if the giants aren't passing here, I guess they probably are, then the spade is ours. We have the next shot at it. That said, even when they do pass here, okay, they didn't. They invested a priest. Makes sense. Even if they had passed, they may not want the spade. It's just not... the spade is... Odd numbers of spades don't do anything for giants. Okay, so definitely a pass point. And we get 5 points on pass, 3 for the stronghold power, and 2 for our dwellings on our bonus card. So we're up there points-wise with these people, but I think we're better situated for the long game still. Is the spade what we need right now? It's a good question to ask ourselves. I think probably we're going to want to dig this space in the name of getting all our bridges out. And we can't take this for the worker income, which is what we need the most. So, yeah, the shipping increment doesn't do what we want here, because if we have to cross this gap, we are happy to build the bridge. We have a stronghold, The question is, do we need more than 5 coins for the next turn? I think probably not. We're not really looking to... I guess we are looking to found a town in here, but this will be 5, 6 if we build across this gap. Another bridge, 7 here with the dwelling. Yeah, since we're just looking to build dwellings, which are 1 coin apiece, I think this spade does us very nicely. Also, everybody wants the spade. Everyone always wants the spade, so it's good to think what you're taking away from other people. Mermaids definitely would have been happy to grab the spade were it made available to them. So we're also second in the order for next turn. We can talk about what we want to take in terms of a power action. Because we're gaining a lot of power income turn to turn. We're now at 8. That's going to put us at 8 in this middle bowl and 2 in the top bowl. So we can theoretically take any power action as our first move except the double dig. We don't want the double dig anyway, because we know that we're racking in 2 free spades from this cult bonus. And then, because I will invest a priest here to make that happen. And then also we have our bonus card spade. We're pretty well set on spading. I think resources are what has us worried. Do we want workers or do we want money? As discussed, the money will not help us that turn if we take it. It may be very punishing to other players to lose access to their money, though. Okay, mermaids just terraformed the hard way to get this dwelling down. So mermaids definitely set up well to take their 3 towns. They'll have a town up here, a town in here making use of the coral reef, and then they can town over here very easily because I don't think people are... I guess the giants should be looking to cut this way, because if they take this, then that space is a free build for them. This giant player, as discussed, is known to not be great, so we can definitely... It seems reasonable to anticipate that won't happen, and the mermaids will definitely want this space. It's actually a little better for us if the mermaids do get it, because even though it means a 3rd town at the end of the game, it means if the giants took it, they would build here right away. We want that space. And it's not super pressing that we get it. It stakes out more territory for us. We're shaping up well to win in network sizes, I think. Mermaids, cultists, definitely strong network competitors, but everything is turning up Titania this game. Okay, nobody is on a scoring bonus card. That's a little mystifying. We are certainly going to rectify that in the round after. Is there a possibility of us gaining 2 towns this round and taking the 10-point bonus? That actually might be doable, believe it or not. And if it is, it's absolutely what we want to do. So what would need to happen to make that the case? Well, we would need to upgrade this to a sanctuary. Actually, that looks pretty sketchy already. Especially because it just trades 5 points this round for 5 in the next. So, why? Why are we even doing that? It's just throwing extra resources, and all it does is get us our favor earlier. Which we don't care about. We're not upgrading trading posts this round. So we'll be happy to build that in the next round. So this, we're only founding the 1 town, and it's going to be on this right side. Okay, cultists snapping off into 2nd favor here. I assume water 1 is going to be the choice. It's a little too late in the game, with only 2 income rounds paid to be looking at an income favor. It's a little too early to be looking at a fire 2 favor. Oh, okay. I guess they don't anticipate grabbing a 3rd favor over the course of the game. That actually may set them up to found 2 towns this round. Okay. Now it all makes sense. Fire 2 favor also scores here as well. Which town key was stolen? The obvious cultist one. So cultists killing it on cults. We can just hope we get 2nd in the Earth cult. What's important to grab here? This round we do want to invest a priest since it's worth a spade and the 2 power helps. It also puts us in range of actually winning this cult if the cultists are negligent enough to not notice. I don't think that will happen, but it's nice to force someone's hand, raise some priorities on other actions. We have this spade. We definitely have access to all the slots we need to make this a town. So we don't have to be overly concerned here with getting spades. We just need the workers. We can pull out 6 power from this configuration, and we know we're going to get more because cultists will definitely be upgrading these in the name of making another town. So we can take this plus the bridge power action, and that will allow us to get a bridge in here and a bridge in here, spending 2 workers, and then for this second bridge, and then build dwelling. And that is going to give us that's actually going to be pretty incredible. That leaves us with a worker to spare, and we get the it will be a town, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, it all checks out, and then we have the full 3 bridges. So that's a sickeningly good line. And actually, we don't get any workers to spare now that I look closer at it, because we have to build this dwelling too on top of the bridge. So this clearly our power action. It just leads. It's gonna coin starve us for the next round, but it's too many points not to do it. Give me the points. I want points. Let's take this before it can be stolen by giants who have no workers. They'll take it after us. Don't think. Now giants might actually use the bridge building power action, but there's not a lot we can do about that. You know, they'll take this other action if we can't even. I guess we can set in our bridge for the next move. Because we know, yes, let's set the bridge. Because we know giants want the bridge this turn. They have to want the bridge this turn. So that means we're actually bridging here. Boom. So we'll go ahead and build both of these. If worse comes to worse, we'll get our town on only 2 bridges by upgrading a trading post. Like, this leaves open all of the good possibilities, and the backups aren't too bad. You know, there's no way for this to go horridly wrong, unless, okay, this did get cut from us. That's a bleeding shame. As predicted, there was really no way to avoid losing both, though. Maybe we can absorb enough power from the cultists via their upgrades in this region. That's a possibility. Because cultists still have a lot to do in here. If we absorb enough power to convert 2 workers at inefficient rates, what would that take? That would take absorbing 6 power. Definitely a possibility, actually. So we're going to want to build these dwellings ASAP. Of course, we also need access to use the spades somewhere if we don't wind up bridging across this, but that's fine. We'll just terraform this tile, because we're definitely building this dwelling here. Okay, cultists go for money. That works out, because then we can get more dwellings in faster just to make sure we leech the power. So, coming in here, is this the right one? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Still not overly worried about... Oh, we actually... Investing the priest gives us 2 power too, so we only have to leech 4. That makes this plan all the more doable. We can get the good version of things. Very happy if that's how this plays out. We can take so many points on all our passes. Things are shaping up quite well. I think... Okay, giants taking their free terraform. Of course, they can't form their town this round. We cut the bridge action, which I stand by doing that. We did not want to have to pay inefficiently for a bridge. That's about as bad as paying inefficiently for workers, but this one hurts another player even more. Okay. Investment on the water cult. It makes sense that that giants and mermaids are not thrilled about investing in Earth for this round bonus because they would need multiple priests invested to even take it. Since none of the things that are critical to us can disappear anymore, like these slots on the Earth track are not going away. Okay, so we need to take all the power we can this round. We know they're looking to found a town here. It's going to give them a lot of cult steps, but I think we just have to play and do it because we want the power to get our extra bridge. Sorry, mermaids and giants. We're just going to help each other tons and tons, and you can deal with it. I'm still the only player to ever deny power from this cultist, so if they complain that I took too many of these, I can throw that in their face, certainly, and very justifiably. Let's build here so we can absorb even more power as things, it just gives them less upgrade option to form the town in here without bequeathing to us the power we want. So this is going to be the build. Holy cow, this is a lot of cultist coins, but I guess it's not a super shocker given how they're at essentially infinity on all the cults except water. They'll get there on water. This may actually be the game where someone wins every cult. Wouldn't surprise me if they found their last town and take a +1 bump on every cult as their next town tile. So our next action, we need to, we need to delay and try and receive some more power. And our only delaying move that we can actually play here is to throw a priest in this cult, which will be our next move. Then we have to hope that in 2 cultist moves, we can take in 3 power. Plus the 2 we'll generate for ourselves on advancing here. Most moves they can make towards forming this town do involve giving us power. Like, all of them do, but it's still nerve-wracking. Okay, oh, well, that's the power we need all in a lump sum, and we'll take it. That means we don't have to burn as many power tokens to get it, either. We can be very happy about that. Go ahead, have your cult track bump. I know I can't contend with that. The fact that he's maxed out this cult reward, and the fire one is so close to max that we just don't have to worry about paying extra resources to the cultists at this point. And that's, great. That means that we can make the power leeching decisions based on the merits of if we actually want that trade. Because we don't care about giving them free cult steps. We can't beat them in any cult, regardless. Still no worry of this tile disappearing from us. It is a triple terraform for the mermaids, who have... I guess they technically have the shipping to do it and the workers, but they're not going to throw 9 workers into terraforming this. They want 2 towns. So we'll just go ahead and gain that power first so we don't have to burn as many tokens when we drop the bridge. The only disadvantage at all of going in this order is that we found the town 1 move later in the round. Let's count this up to make sure we're getting our town. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across whichever bridge we choose. So definitely all working out for us here. Next round, we can start to entertain the shipping bonus tile, because next round is when we're going to want the shipping. I guess there is some worry. We're about to procure 2 spades, and without shipping, we don't have ideal spots to put them. We have some. We can still terraform this to cut off mermaids in a bad way. That'll be funny. We'll be happy to do that. We can terraform these. This is available. Okay, we have enough spaces. The ideal would be terraforming this one again, because then on 2 shipping, we want to jump down this coastline in the name of winning the network size. Also cool that we're finally going to get some darn worker income this time. We'll be taking 5. It's like basically double what we've had the rest of the game. What bonus cards can we pass on? So again, the shipping's starting to look like an option, though we may have troubles getting the cash for it. Okay, Cultists didn't leech us any more power before this move, but, you know, we have the power we need. We can make this work. So we're going to take workers at inefficient conversion rates. There's 1. And we will take this action here, dropping a bridge there. Still, now the mermaids don't even have the resources to terraform this. It's a literal impossibility. So no one can cut this from us in between while the bridge points at nowhere. Which is good. You always have to be mindful of building a bridge to nowhere and then having someone steal it. It is unbelievably punishing if it happens. And again, we'll use inefficient power conversions to produce our last worker, and then our bonus tile spade to spade the space, and we're set. We have what we need. As for which town tile we take, we know we're going to need gorms of money for the next round, because we have to upgrade a sanctuary, and then ideally start getting our shipping turned up a little bit. And, you know, it even helps more if we can toss down more dwellings for incomes. We do like being able to go Sanctuary here for the Water 1 favor, because then it means we've still retained all our trading post upgrades for the game outside of the initial ones that never had a shot at being made with Water 1. So we're still like leaving the door open to reap most of the points that are possible on this in the last round, where that is the way to take a gazillion points. Okay, so what's happened? Giants have passed, no town founding. They're gonna languish in nothingness this game. Let's see where the mermaids head. So again, if they're slow on the uptake here, we can cut this off and give them, you know, basically if we get both of these spaces, mermaids are not going to get their triple town this game, I don't think. Maybe they could make it happen sometimes. The mermaids are definitely the most resourceful faction when it comes to turning a town out of random spaces, but they're really going to have to battle for it, because they can't use these buildings, they won't be able to use these buildings, and then over here, you know, they can't make use of this temple. They'll just kind of have to start anew, or they can if they are willing to triple dig this, which then involves, I guess they would have to then dig this, then double dig that, and hope that the giants don't take it away. Or the alternative is triple dig. That could be enough after 6 digs, actually. So they can just use 4 digs to make this a town. That'll still hold them back a ton. Alright, we're being offered 1 power here for no points, and again, because we know we can't compete with the cultists on literally any cult track, and we also can't bequeath them any free resources at this point, you know, what's the point? We may as well just let them have their free cult bumps. It doesn't hurt us at all. It does make them a little stronger against giants and mermaids, but that's not the biggest concern in the world. We're happy to take this. The alternative is giving them 1 power anyway. Ooh, love this song too. Again, if my video game jitsu is on point, this is from Banjo-Kazooie, very old N64 game. So we have access to the power to do our dig this way, but we're not going to. Again, we're gonna have lots and lots of digs coming in for ourselves. And I would rather save the power for this power action on the next turn. If we don't get this, we'll just need power for inefficient conversions on the next turn for coins. We're gonna need so much money. We've escaped the classic Terra Mystica money vice so far this game, but it no longer. It gets worse from here. Here we go. Burn 2 power tokens. Grant me this. And we're down at only 7 power tokens now. Still not doing bad for ourselves. Especially because we don't need a lot more digging for the rest of the game. That's a big factor that makes this fine, despite our large power income. Okay, town founding! Woohoo! Which town tile do we want? We may just want a pile of money, because we're gonna get 5 workers, we're not gonna have any coins. The other consideration is actually that we could take a shipping upgrade. Mermaids are not done for the round, so we could pass on to this card, or the dwelling one, before they have a chance. And we are going to want to be on scoring bonus tiles as often as possible for the rest of the game. Can we accept the full 11 power? Yes, we can without issues if we take this card. So I think actually the shipping upgrade makes sense because it's effectively just saving us our coins, right? Are we guaranteed to get the power action in the second chair next turn? Can giants take it? So giants have a whopping 9 power income. On top of this 12 power income. So giants are way more than power capped here. So they get a power action of choice. It could be anything except the double dig to lead the action off. And then the question is, what will they be most interested in? And that's really hard to say. They may just be looking to get the darn bridge at that juncture. They certainly need the bridge, or this is never gonna town up the way they want. It's really just a question of, will they leave us this amazing action? I think we can, taking the shipping card also saves us a priest on getting our shipping up, and we are going to need 2 shipping this game. And we are in a bad state priest-wise for getting 2 shipping in the next round. We're only going to take a single priest as income. So I think I'm in favor of jumping the shipping here, rather than taking coins. Do the coins block anyone? So the mermaids, they'll be pretty happy with either option, right? Let's just grab what's good for ourselves. Yep, go ahead and get in here, town tile. Okay, nothing left to do this round, but of course we're going to pass and collect a mighty 9 points for doing so. Okay, mermaid's passing on to the dwelling scoring card. That makes it extra imperative we get on shipping scoring. But it's hard to say. The cultists may just choose to... they could eat it up here if they wanted. There's, they have lots and lots of good ways to invest their resources and take profit from it this round, still. But they're not as high value because they formed both towns. So it'll be interesting to see if they go ahead and take the pass. This does make things tighter for our next round because mermaids in front of us are likely to snap up the all-powerful 7 money power action if the giants pass it. Mermaids are taking 5 power income, so that's enough to put, let's see, this will advance up, and then they'll advance 3, yes, okay, so the mermaids will definitely have the power to take this action. Bit of a shame we can't then. We'll just have to be spending our power inefficiently for coins, because we do want this sanctuary. It's very critical to us that we grab a Water 1 favor. Also, we want our 5 points, and we get to town up here. It is a nicety that we could then maybe, since Mermaid's early pass, it's possible we could take the 6 money town tile for the move after, or even the second upgrade shipping tile. Yeah. We'll be pretty happy no matter how that shakes out. Interesting to see what the cultists go with here, though. They're not actually taking tons and tons of incomes relative to how much they have banked resource-wise. Let's see. Okay, what happens here? Okay, cultists did early pass in order to get their shipping bonus, so we can't have that anymore. It's gone. A bit of a shame, that. But, oh well. We still had a very good round. We got our town, we got all our bridges, and we are passing up to being tied for the most points, but with more point sources coming down the pipes than most of the races. So let's, really a shame we can't take a scoring card, though. Like, that sort of puts us, the mermaids ahead of us, even though the score numbers will read the same, just because we know they're gonna get points on pass on the round, and we won't. Definitely still have to pass. But we have to talk now about what card we want instead. So very reasonable to suppose we just want the coins. We finally have 5 worker income. That does for us the things that we want, I think. Yep, let's make it the money. We have cash. Cultists can use spades, then we can use spades. Where are we interested in spading? We can't spade this tile that we want, so we can look down here. This is a much more obvious one than these, because then it just gives us 2 spots we can build on. And I think we actually do want to cut here. It is going to make the mermaids' lives kind of hellish when we build on that spot. So let's turn this, and mermaids are shaping up to do really well this game, so we want to get in their way in a very bad way for them. Now, things we have to worry about losing this round. So we can be pretty assured that this is disappearing before we have a shot at it. If not, then we'll reconsider, but I'm assuming it's gone. Okay, Giants did want their bridge. They've had enough of me stealing their bridges on key rounds. Haha. Let's see what town tile vanishes for them. Or rather, to them. Okay, they secured... Oh, they just secured 11 points. Yeah. Well, that's fine. We probably weren't going to miss that one. Things we have to worry about losing. We can lose access to this Water 1 favor, because I think we're about to see a lot of Sanctuary builds this round, thanks to the round scoring bonus. We can lose access to this space if the mermaids, that they don't have the power to double dig it under present circumstances. But we can still go ahead and we can worry that they're going to get the power for it, because I've definitely, by terraforming this, I've put this on their radar as something that may vanish for them. So those are just kind of the two priorities. Build here, upgrade Sanctuary here. We have enough resources by exact count for 2 dwellings plus building a Sanctuary. Though we, of course, can also proceed to take power actions beyond that. Probably going to want to spend our priest on... Okay, mermaids did opt for having tons of money. No shockers, as I said, seemed very likely that was going to disappear in front of us. So we just have to be worried about, let's see, what was done by, okay, cultists advancing on shipping. They're going to be looking to bridge across into this gap, and they're probably going to try and make a town out of this somehow. So not a big worry, we can coexist with them in here. We just have to race them to this tile, but this is a triple terraform for them. I don't think they're going to want it anyway. They may even only need 3 if they build a Sanctuary in here. So, like I said, the worries really are losing this space to mermaids, and also the possibility of losing the Water 1 favor. I think a little more... Well, mermaids still can't... They can dig that by spending workers the hard... No, they would have to spend 6 workers. That's a big deal. Maybe it's okay to leave that as is under present circumstances. I think I'm content with that. Everyone is in a position where they can still procure their Water 1 favor, and I don't want to be the one who doesn't get it. Though I'm not overly worried about the giants taking it away, because they're just kind of like the monkey clicking random moves here. Yeah. There's some rationale in also having a higher... Well, we don't have to be worried about taking a higher pecking order on our town tile. Yeah, let's build this and just stop worrying about it. There we are. We've made the mermaids' lives much harder. Excellent. We have to give some thought to when we upgrade this. What is our town tile of choice going to be? So we have many options here. No rush to get to 2 shipping this round. We can just as easily do it next. So, because we did not wind up procuring a shipping score tile. So, that's... I mean, we'd much rather have the ship score tile, but whatever, Okay, interesting. 2 power for only 1 point. Actually a pretty good rate. I guess we can set ourselves up for this power action, plus the monetary town tile. If we accept this, it's probably correct to take this. We are going to need a lot of resources heading into the last turn. Let's see what favor they collect. Fire 3. Okay, well now there's no fear that we would lose a Water 1 favor. Really wackadoodle choice on their part, but whatever. Sure, like, you've got it, Giants. You have second place on fire. Mermaids going up. Okay. So we have the option to collect even more power here. Again, probably in our interest to take this. Yeah, I think so. We have a lot of things to do this round still. They snapped up. Let's see. Oh, actually, mermaids grabbed a fire 2 favor. Okay. So this is shaping up so interestingly. The thing that's so interesting about it is that we're the old, like, people are not in position to milk this anymore. Double digs happening. Not in particularly surprising ways. Let's see. Do the mermaids still have access to cut a favor from us? They do by upgrading this to temple. The cultists still can. The giants cannot. They don't have the resources. It's probably just in our interest to found the town. Cultists aren't looking to grab that spot from us anyhow. So town goes in. What do we want to do for... We know our favor, certainly. Okay, well, it's going to make me found a town before I choose the favor. I don't think we want a +1 bump on all the cults. It might help us in competing for, like, doing less terribly on water. But fire's the more interesting one to compete on this turn since it gives us workers. It doesn't give us an extra worker to take this, though. I think it could be money in combination with this power action. Could just be workers in combination with using our power for the money. Let's see, is anyone going to want this? Cultists look like a no here. I think the giants are looking like they're in shape to pass either way. Or maybe they would... I guess giants actually would consider this as an option. Maybe it was a mistake to not grab it first. Whoopsie. Do you think we're going to be happiest if we wind up with all this pile of money? Yeah. It also just denies that option from other people. And then the last round we'll get 2 priests so we can easily make our final ship upgrade. Yep. This is going to be the town tile. Okay. It's a little dicey if we lose this one, but, you know, maybe we won't. We'll see. Now I should be prompted to take a favor. Hurry up, I want my favor. I want it so badly. Why are you making me wait? Yeah, here we go. And just like that, we have a pretty looking point lead. You know, mermaids still can make a town from this. All they need is, they really just need 4 digs and 2 dwellings here, and it'll be done. Yeah, as predicted, this was the higher priority thing. Actually, in retrospect, that means I should have had the worker town tile. It's 2 extra points. Yeah, we're gonna get ream spending in this way. Well, it only pays 2 points, because it still gives the same number of resources that 6 power would beget. Mermaids terraforming the hard way. Interesting. They've still not run themselves out of dwellings, though. Would have been in a lot better shape if I'd done this as the first action. Or actually, this does wind up floating some extra... I guess we weren't going to be able to build 3 anyway, because we would just run out of dwellings before that was possible. So where will our builds happen? I guess this is a thing that we're interested in building. I don't think the cultists are going to take it, but we don't want to let the option persist. Do mermaids have enough shipping to reach around in here and mess with this? I don't think that's the case. They have 3 shipping. So no, they would need a 4th. We do need to get rid of some of our power, Because if we don't do that, we can't take power income. We have way less power income now that we upgraded the sanctuary, but, you know, that's fine. No power actions we'd want to compete for, except I suppose this, and it's really, we only have one more spot we need to dig for the game down here, so I think we're happy to dig and build it. Then we can also make an inefficient conversion and go ahead and build here, probably. Then we won't have to worry about any dig actions at end of game, because these will stay open to us. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 sites available to build on. Really a lot. Whoopsie, I don't have the shipping to go here yet. But I can get it now. That may be the way to go. Just leave myself the option to take this as the next move. Because we still don't spend any of the resources earmarked for other things, except that we can't upgrade or we can't invest a priest in the fire cult going that route. I think that's acceptable. Yeah, it seems more important to make sure we get access here. We really want to win on network size. So up goes the shipping. This turn 4 has not, or sorry, this turn 5 has really not been handled optimally, but it is what it is. It's not been bungled completely either. We just could have had slightly more resources out of the whole deal. We're still going to get to take 7 workers as income for our final round. 4 of those earmarked for trading post upgrades. Because, of course, those will score 6 apiece for us on that round. That's just going to be an insane value of points. You know, we'll also have taken 30 points from our stronghold ability this game, where we have a good number of point sources here. The cultists, we know, have a town coming in. The mermaids are my pick for second in this game. It looks like they're in the best shape to get in our way and make some trouble for us. We're probably going to be using power via these conversions a lot for coins on the final turn. So I think I am going to want my dwellings to come down in these regions. Just so I can leech a little more out of the cultists. I guess there's some nicety in them. If they want to make moves to upgrade this, we can leech the power points for free here. But, you know, we don't get to leech anything from this space being the upgrade target. We'll definitely build this one first, though. Okay, cultists move. What will they want to do? They've got everything dug that they need. Right, they're gonna need their, well, actually that's not true. They were gonna need a sanctuary in here to make this a town. But now their sanctuary is placed over there, so they actually do have to dig some more in here. These are triple digs for them, right here, and right here. That's a double dig. So sort of the cooperate equilibrium with them. I'm referring to Prisoner's Dilemma on this. That definitely helps both of us a lot if we just sort of coexist peacefully on it. Okay, cultists went for shipping. Is that 3 shipping? That is only 2 shipping. Interesting that they want 2 shipping. They have enough work to do making a town in here. And 1 shipping's enough for connection. They were already connected. Let's go ahead and get our jump down here. Yeah, since I'm ending with 2 coins on this, it actually would have been much better to take the plus shipping town tile. that would have resulted in me having the extra priest invested here, so I get the extra worker out of it. And a little more favoritism on the fire cult, you know, never. Like, we still want to punch for some cult points if we can. Ooh, I know this song too. This is Super Mario Sunshine, the Delfino Plaza theme. Giants making sure that they take second on this cult. Is sure, more power to them. Still not really worried about anything the Giants can do this game. They're floundering severely. We are going to have 2 priests this last round instead of all the power income because we upgraded the temple finally. That's fine. At this juncture, I think we're happy enough taking the priests. You know, they'll serve us at game's end. What we really need to be sure that we manage is we need one of these cards. It's very important we get one of those scoring cards. I may have made a mistake not terraforming and building this in the same step. Because now cultists and mermaids, they need to... one of them needs to wrap up in a single action here. Otherwise, we can't have their bonus card. And they're not going to want to do that. Mermaids have a lot of actions left that they can take in this. Cultists, not as much, but enough. Definitely enough. So actually, we're still not going to get on these scoring cards. That's pretty detrimental. Definitely a big mistake. Terraforming and building in one action. Those needed to be separate. Oh well. Love the sound of the steel drum on this. I'm definitely pretty happy about playing this uncurated thing where I didn't know what video game songs were in the mix. It's been nice, pleasant surprises for me. Okay, I suppose I would expect cultists to build here before I'm there to leech it. Because they probably want to end out this round building both of these. Or actually just all 3, really. That's going to give us 3 power for 0 points. Though that will give them 3 steps on the cult track, but we're okay with this. You know, they've already won 3 cults. That just helps them out in water, and interesting. Stronghold build. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. I'm fine helping them out in water. Like, is this king making? Yeah, sure. But, like, whatever. We want them to do a little better relative to mermaids, who are having, I think, a slightly stronger game than them. Okay, let's get our last dwelling out. And we can put that right here. We have so many spots we can build on still. Boop, 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 boop. All 4 of them. Which, you know, ideally we would make 4 TP upgrades, then build 4 dwellings as our last, to end the game. That would be worth a bazillion points and would probably win network. I don't think we have the capability to make all that happen, though. We do have neighbors in 4 spots for TP upgrades, but that's a lot of resources. It's 8 workers and we're only getting 7 as income. And even more damning is it's 12 coins and we don't get those. We're just not gonna have coins. Our power income is a measly 3 this time. Let's see, if we take 3 power income and then 3 more, that dumps it all in this bowl. We are 1 power shy of being able to snap off this Act 4 action in the leading spot, which is what we really want to do. Maybe we will gain 1 power from the cultists in the course of them making... No, I guess we won't, because they upgraded Stronghold rather than building these. So we can be relatively safely assured we won't have the power for this action. Yet again, we did not manage to pass in the lead position. You know, there's really no bonus cards available to us that are great. Sorry, what was the action by cultists? Cultists advanced on shipping. So cultists have a gazillion shipping. Interesting. Why do they want so much shipping? I know it lets them build this space. That's really all the advance does for them. I don't think that's a big deal. They can't... Oh, they just want it because they're on the shipping scoring card right now. That makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, we have no choice but to pass here. We do take a nice heft of points still on pass, but we still can't get the coveted scorecards. We don't need spades. Those are junk to us. I think it's probably this card, and we just hope against hope that we can make the money come in somehow. Mermaids are certainly... Really, everyone's going to be in a better position to grab this than us. Giants could take it first move and have a lot of incentive to do so. Cultists will they have the power to make that happen? They will. Yes, so, unless the mermaids somehow give us one before passing, we won't get that. But 3 power is like 1.5 coins. That's almost as good as the 2 on the spade, and this comes with a worker. So that's the bonus card. And it sucks, but that is how it be. We can still make 4 power via inefficient conversions out of this bowl, and we'll of course get more as the cultists build in these slots. Sorry, not 4 coins. It'll actually only be 3 in the start configuration, but we know we're getting a lot more. Where do we want our priests to go? I don't think there's any need to attack Earth. We're very secured for second. So the rational place is just throw them in water and see who, you know... We'll want 1 priest here to make sure we pull ahead of the giants. There's no priests we can throw anywhere else to give ourselves extra power increments, which we are going to need for money. So yeah, water it is. Maybe we can get both of our priests in there. Alright, pass had to come first out of the cultists. That's big game for mermaids because it means that they get to be the only one on a scoring card for the final round. And it's their preferred scoring card, the shipping one, so they'll have at least 9 points, if not more. Worth bearing in mind that because of the favors that people have taken, this round is going to be much, much higher scoring for cultists and I than for other people. So that pans out decently enough. Really wish we had access to more money than we do, but we'll make do. Yeah, no way we're not losing the air cult, so that makes it a shoo-in to throw our priests in the water track. Okay, cultists did just secure a lot of money on their bonus card. It's like... I still can't envision any possible universe in which we managed to get this power action. But we'll stay hopeful. It could happen. Who knows? We'll see how other people lead off. Our first action, since we don't have any... there's nothing pressing about any of our actions other than that these could disappear, and I can't imagine that's actually going to be what happens. Cultists have enough work to do building town in here and milking the TP scoring. If mermaids actually come up with the digs necessary to cut off these spaces, they're definitely going to be looking at trying to fill a town in here somehow. So, yeah, not too worried about losing any of those tiles. And even if we lost them, it wouldn't... Well, that answers that question. Gone. Yeah, we're still more likely to lose slots in this cult track than we are to lose anything else this turn. And we want to give ourselves the power before we start converting. I guess it doesn't really matter on the last round, because we can burn power tokens willy-nilly and not care. Even still, as I said, these are more likely to disappear. So get in there, Priesty. We have no need for additional shipping. 2 is plenty. Is there anyone else that has to make efforts to get their network connected? Mermaids are in some trouble for that, actually. If they want to pick up this slot as part of their network. They can just say, screw it, that we'll just leave the one space out of network, but, we are going to be pretty competitive on network, so it's hopeful that with the difficulty they have to go to in procuring this, we can defeat them on that metric. Which is good, because our cult scoring is looking very bad. Okay, that's some power. I think we're happy to actually take it, because 2 power it's just a coin to us. That's all it is, but we are gonna need every coin we can get. Like I said, ideally we would have 12. And we can turn a single coin into 2 points via a dwelling construction. So, yeah, let's make this the exchange. Go ahead, have your cult bump. I assume they're gonna bump on water. There wasn't ever, given that they also have the priests, there wasn't ever any contest. They were gonna defeat us in water, even if they had to spend priests for a single motion. So not too worried about that. Oh, they actually snapped off air first. Okay. Let's see just how many coins we can make out of our power bins. We can turn a priest into a coin by investing him. And that's exactly what we're going to do, just because sliding up 2 spaces gives us 1 power. I feel like I've heard this song before, but I can't place what game it's from. Oh, actually, I think I've heard a slightly different mix of it in Super Smash Bros. I think that's it. Which means if I could remember what stage that song had played on, I could probably guess what game it's from. Mermaids have a gazillion priests. I guess yeah. They banked 1 from the last round. It's a little, I would have thought they might invest 1 in fire to take an extra worker out of that, but apparently not. I think mermaids have been handicapped enough here by us pinching off this space. That's really got them in a bad way. And you know they're actually behind the cultists on points, though they are on a scoring card that gives them 9. I'm not overly worried about losing to the mermaids anymore. I know they were my pick for second place before, but that was before they let us have this. So now it's between us and the cultists. Can we get them? Which is good news because even though we missed on a scoring card, so did they. So we're actually taking 9 more points on pass than they are because we still have our engineer stronghold power. Now, I know that we want to be able to accept a lot of power in the name of turning it into coins, but I actually want to advance myself too on this track and then not spend any in hopes of staying relatively power capped, because we don't want to trade power for coins at we don't want to trade points for power which then becomes coins at the rate of 1-to-1. That's just awful for us. That winds up being, 2 points for every coin. That is very unfavorable when you check against what I'm actually getting for building things. Let's go grab this next. So we really need to be getting like 1-to-1 or better. We can't really take power in tiny increments. Or in large increments. We need to get it in increments of 2 or less. So staying power capped like this, make sure that any power we get, we are in the clear to take. And there's still cultists will presumably be building all of these. That's going to give us free power. We won't have to pay any points for it. And yeah, it's gonna let them sail past us on this water cult, but I think that's happening anyway. They still have 2 priests. Right? They can already get higher. They've won 3 cults. They don't have to pay any attention to any cult except water. And just their priests alone are enough to get them past us already. So yes, we will gladly take half a coin for no points. Please give it to me. So now that we've run ourselves out of priests, our next course of action is... Oh, interesting. Mermaids have come here. That's actually really helpful. And the thing that makes that so helpful is that now this can never be a town for the cultists. It's impossible. They can only build 1 bridge out of it, and it links to something that's already a town. And they can't get 4 spaces in here either. So thank you, mermaids. Really appreciate that. Now we can't accept any power, so we need to start converting. We're just gonna convert in slow-mo so that we can take it forcibly in smaller increments. We don't want to upgrade any of these because we want to get paid free power if possible. So we're gonna start on upgrading these ones. This one in particular because we still want to take the 1 free one here. If the cultists build a dwelling on that space. So let's start over here. That's for the best. And then we get 6 points out of the deal because, holy cow, we have TP scoring and Water 1 scoring. Our score is just gonna go crazily high here. We can look at upgrading, like, maybe it'll be one of these 2 next probably until the cultists build that spot. Because we definitely want to get our power free as can be. we've actually done a very good job not paying out points to leech this game. I know obviously you want to get as much leech as you can, but we've only accepted a single leech transaction that was that involved us paying 3+ points. That's the one that took place on round 4, where we needed the power imminently to finish both bridges and the town. So that was definitely worth the trade. We can be very confident we're not overpaying for things, which actually I think is a major losing point for a lot of people in this game. Now, at this point, we're guaranteed access to enough money to upgrade all the trading posts with this 6 in the bank here. And then on top of that, we have the extra coin needed to build a dwelling. So, okay, we did just gain 1 power for free. Go ahead, move up your cult track, cultists. Hopefully the mermaids will prioritize advancing in this to make sure that they beat them on that cult. But we still need all the power we can get. So since we have enough here to guaranteed make all our upgrades, we're not getting any temples this round. It's much too expensive. We can actually go ahead and pinch off this space as our next build, just to make sure we can't be denied 2 of our building sites. You know, right now, if this got taken, we would lose access to both. And then this also leaves as many dwellings as possible to accept power in single point increments. So let's build this dwelling. Huzzah! If we can procure enough power, we would be able to spend down to only having the 2 temples left on our mat. And that's I think a guaranteed area win. Is that right? No, mermaids have managed to connect now that they've built this. Is that right? No, it's not right. But a 5th shipping point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is sufficient to connect with this space. Yes, I've power capped myself again so that they can't give it to me at a bad rate. So I'll happily keep taking 1 power for no points. That's the fact that we've managed to curate that deal so many times is really good for us. And now we're in the clear to upgrade this one because we know we're not getting more power through this region at a sufficiently good rate. Really, really happy to see the mermaids win this cult to make sure that the cultists can't beat us by even more points at endgame scoring. So we'll definitely take that. You know, it's occurring to me that if I had not been mashing accept from all the 1 power increments by the cultists, they actually don't even need both their priests to beat us on the water cult. It's sufficient for them to merely jump up 2 and look tied with us because they have a cult palace. They win all cult scoring ties. That's the special faction tile for cultists. I guess I can just run down the list. We've already seen my bridge tower. It's a giant wall of text if you want to read all the little rules. But the summary version of what a bridge tower does is it lets me build land bridges off of it. So I conveniently bridged through the land to this space to make this a town, which is, it's very nifty. Cultists lets them win all ties on the cult tracks with their cult palace. The mermaids have a coral reef, and that gives them, all it is a level 1 structure, but they can build it on top of the water. So that's how they managed to link this into a town. Their passive ability would not be able to link all of these without a coral reef in here. And then the Giants is the Cave of Wisdom, and that just upgrades their digging capabilities for free one time as they construct it. They get an unusually good one because the Giants are unusually bad. So we don't have any actions we can take unless we convert 2 of these at this point. So we have to stop making use of the power capping thing to limit our point trades. I think we're pretty happy to upgrade here because I doubt this is getting upgraded at this point. I guess it is if the cultists really want to... No, cultists don't have the resources for temple and then trading post, so they won't have any interest in doing that. They're just going to want to end building these slots, so we should leave these downgraded. So up this goes. We still have 5 workers, which is 3 dwelling constructions and 2 trading posts. So we're still all good on workers. Don't have enough coins to do all that. That's going to be... we only have 5 coins, which can be 1 dwelling and 2... 1 dwelling and 2 trading posts is the highest scoring way to pay that out. But maybe we'll get more in power transactions. We're still hoping we can take 2 or 1 more coin from the construction in both of these tiles. Since we know we're definitely constructing a dwelling before the turn ends, we'll go ahead and put that down as our next action. It doesn't really matter where we take it, because if any of these spots get cut, it doesn't affect our town construction. We're not getting any. And also, we're still connected to build all the rest of them by shipping, so it doesn't really matter which one. We may as well just throw the dwelling down in here so we don't give the free power point to the mermaids early. Okay, cultist's action was to, they advanced... they're using their priests to inefficiently advance on water. Okay. So you might wonder, why are they doing this? They're already guaranteed to have a second place on the water cult track. They're just doing this, again, to avoid giving me the power from building here or here as long as possible. Because they know that I want that. Ooh, this is from Yoshi's Story. I think it's the Happy Tree song. I always did love the idea of a super happy tree. It's just very cheery to have a video game that's all about getting really happy. Though it does kind of wind up being an acid trip in implementation. We're safe to upgrade this tile as well, if we want. We didn't upgrade this one in case the mermaids tried to do that, but, you know, they did, so we got to take 1 more power. Still working on grinding that power slowly but surely as we can. Now, we know the mermaids need rank 5 shipping or they don't connect to this. And that definitely seems like their plan for what's going to happen here. They can definitely convert things to coins to make that happen. They'll want to do it anyway, just because it's worth a lot of points on their bonus card. Okay, Giants have advanced on the fire track. Sure, whatever. We are scoring last there. Very emphatically last. Let's go ahead and we know we're still keeping the... We can build 2 trading posts. We know that's a thing we can do. Let's just go ahead and spin out 1 coin and build our dwelling first. So we'll take this one here. And then we still keep enough resources to make 4 gold for trading posts. Trading posts a little more important than dwellings because they score 6 points versus the dwellings 2. for almost the same resource cost. The only reason to prioritize dwellings would be to defeat someone in network size. I think we are a shoo-in for winning network at this point, but I have not checked that maximally thoroughly. No reason to, since we kind of know our next couple moves. We can do the counting when it gets closer and other people's possibility space is more restricted. Okay, we definitely... I mean, this is 2 coins, but I don't think we want to pay 3 points for all that. That would be a lot. So this may mean the cultists of Forsaken building both of these sites. They'll just build one of them. Which favor might interest them? They would probably be seeking... Yeah, they have no need to gain any favors for cult track increases. And they can't take any point favors besides Air 1. So they're definitely grabbing the Air 1 favor. It just, you know, it scores them 3 points or 4 points if they make another trading post upgrade. Which I suppose is a possibility when they use their priest as a worker and then these 3 coins. So where would that upgrade transpire? I guess here. I guess they're not building in these. Now actually, if that means we're not going to take in any more power this round, so are the 2 coins worth it? And I think they might be for 3 points, because we get 4 points out of building the 2 dwellings that come from that. Yeah, we get 4 points out of that, though it does involve losing access to to 1 worker, which wouldn't have counted in the... or 2 workers, which wouldn't have counted for anything in final scoring regardless. So this is worth plus a point to accept, since we know we're not getting any more power regardless. And then it also just gives us more on network size. So we can be pretty happy about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it. We know another trading post upgrade should be coming, like here or here probably, and then that's... Yeah, we'll click accept. Then we'll be declining power on those. We no longer require power for anything unless it comes free. If it comes free, it might eventually rack up enough to 1 point in final resource scoring. Okay, so where would we like to make our next upgrade? I suppose we can do it here, since there's no way the cultists pay this many points for this power. That would just be a completely insane choice on their end. I think, yeah, okay. I mean, I think that the rest of the game basically just plays itself. We upgrade trading posts and take our last couple slots. That's 4 more actions, and then we're going to pass out, and we're going to hope that that was good enough. That said, 2 of those actions are worth 6 points, 2 of them are worth 2, so that's 16 more points. That's a pretty nice deal for us. Anything else we might consider upgrading? Not really. I guess there's a possibility they build in this. They'll build whichever one of these. No, I think they're going to upgrade a trading post because that's worth 7 points to them to do. I don't think they have the need to build the 2 dwellings instead. That would only be 4 points, and I don't think it actually matters for network size, even though it's a discrepancy of 2 placements. I guess if we want to be safe and leave these both open as free power slots... No, it doesn't even matter. Free power is not even worth any points to us anymore. We'll just go ahead and make this one that we know they can't take. Lots and lots of points. Still 10 more of them coming in. And then we are going to get 9 when we pass via our stronghold power. And we're going to have to hope that 129 is good enough going into endgame scoring. It's a pretty padded lead. Oh yeah, okay, it was the trading post upgrade, and you definitely can't click accept on that power. That's 4 points off. No thanks. Yep. Even if the cultists were taking the full, like, the most they could win against us in cult scoring is 32, which they have not even achieved. Not even close, right? They're gonna get 8, 8, 8, and 4. That's a total of 28. Whereas we're gonna take 2 and 4 is 6. So that's only they're going 22 points up on us in cult scoring. But we are going to go, I think, 12 points up on them on network because mermaids should get second. And again, we're gonna have this enormous padding, like the score cushion going into the final game scoring. So I think at this point we've got it. Mermaids have taken their 5 shipping already. No surprises there. Now that we have a dwelling to build, let's build it. And we'll put it right here. Okay, passed by the cultists. So mermaids, how many actions have you got left? I think that looks like 1 to me. This is interesting. What flags are we staring at here? I know that, okay, this is UK. I did know that one. I'm actually uncertain what this flag is. Poland. Exciting. Okay, mermaids have just passed to take 1 from final scoring. So everyone else has passed. We can kind of do what we want. Where's the worst power trade for anyone? We have better than losing 1 point for 2 power? No. Okay, we'll go ahead and upgrade on this one. No? Oh, okay, fine. I'll do my conversions. There we go. Actually, the coral reef does not block shipping, so we can actually just ship through it here in 2. That's what's happening. And now we're gonna pass and get our 9 stronghold points. We're gonna crush network size against everybody. And that's the end of that. Is there a possibility that the mermaids wind up taking second from the cultists? It seems a little unlikely to me, but the mermaids do get 6 against them in the network scoring. So, I haven't actually added it up other than verifying that I have won this. Okay, so it looks like the mermaids are not with their... They have 7 more points coming. It won't be enough. So mermaids did indeed clinch 3rd. They were my original pick for our prime contenders, but that was way, way long ago. For the last 2 rounds I've known it was just the cultists playing off against us. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, the cultists were defeated by giants on network. I did not see that coming. That's interesting. So that means if the cultists build 2 dwellings at the end instead of the trading post, then the cultists can actually pass up giants on network, and they lose 5 No, they lose 3 points through the round actions, but gain 4 back, and then through their Earth 1 favor, and also 6 more points for the network. So the cultists did have a line to take second in there. That's just not the one that they used. And also, woohoo, this happened. Oh, Elite League. That sounds fancy, fancier than it is. I think all that actually means for us is that our number on the main page is now going to display something that's indicative of our actual rank world over. In terms of goals, yeah, in terms of the 500 ELO goal, we're moving up on that. Still higher and higher, so that's panning out very nicely. Now I am going to take a quick break to hit the bathroom, and while I am there, we're going to be queuing for game number 2. So hang around for that. Should be exciting. Hopefully we can take another win down. There we go. Alright, oh my goodness. Okay, so now that we can actually see this, it's rolled us over to Elite League finally after all these wins. We can see we are ranked 49th in the world, so yay for that. That can give us alternate targets besides 500 ELO, though that's still the stated goal. Nice to be moving forward on that. I'm going to start the queue, and then I'm going to bail really quickly. Yeah, so using the bathroom. See you in a few minutes. Alright, back in action, and already we're loaded into game. That's something to be happy about, not having to wait any longer. So, what factions do we want to submit? Someone's joke-tossed out giants. Not so thrilled about that. Okay. let's look at our scoring bonus tiles. We have access to Dwelling, Shipping, and Stronghold Sanctuary scoring. Town scoring in round 1 is going to get missed by everyone. And we actually have Stronghold or Sanctuary scoring on round 2. This is sort of a uniquely strong position for the Swarmlings of all factions. The thing that makes it so good for them is they usually want to get Stronghold on 1, Sanctuary on 2, so they can hit these goals when not a lot of factions can. And then this is their favorite bonus card, and then the single most important thing is a town scoring bonus that nobody else can capitalize on. The reason that matters so much is that Swarmlings have to found towns quickly in installments as they can get them, because their passive ability feeds them so many resources every time they do. If you see town scoring in round 5 or 6, that is a bad Swarmlings board. Even round 4, not good. Because other people can delay all their town founds and reap 15 points off of it, and you as Swarmlings will only trip it 1 time. Either that or you'll set yourself back too much in the early game. Okay, Alchemists already in. That's pretty nifty just because we play them so well. Though this is not the strongest of Alchemist boards. I guess it has lots of scoring tiles, and it has a good number of worker payment ones actually. So yeah, that's probably the best thing for them, but we don't see any spade scoring in the mid game. We don't see I guess we would want to see Dwelling scoring a little earlier, and on round 3 is not bad. Okay, maybe it's not so bad for Alchemists. How do we feel about tossing in Engineers? Another one of my personal well-played factions. No, I think I'm just more interested in rolling it to Swarmlings in preference to Mermaids. Let's see. Swarmlings should be able to catch a neighbor over here with Giants. And then, I guess, actually it is a little dicey for Swarmlings being in a chair behind Alchemists. And the thing that makes that so risky for them is that they're going to have, they really want this tile if they can get it. So you would hope the Alchemists won't cut it away, but they might, right? If you would have to declare both Swarmlings start locations before the Alchemists pick the second one. We'll still just toss it in and see what happens. I think this would be a good game with them. But it would be sad if this disappeared. So we're gonna hope that it doesn't. Maybe but if the Alchemists do the smart thing and lock one of these posts first, then they could very well, upon reaction to seeing a start here, take this one to make sure they can jump down the coast more efficiently. Who's our last faction? The Cultists. Okay, that creates 2 color neighbors for the Alchemists. Could be a little dicey. It's not the worst for them to have to play with color neighbors, because the Swarmlings are going to want to do most of their game plan on the west side of the map. Alchemists more want to focus on this area, typically. And, those are also areas the Cultists, the Cultists can just take the bottom half of this, and the Cultists up on the top. So, despite having 2 color neighbors, they can actually coexist pretty well. As long as they don't get cut off in the opening. It would be really bad for them if they start here and have this tile poached away. The safer line is starting here, but then you might lose access to this one. It doesn't actually hurt them that much, but it helps the Swarmlings considerably. Sort of crazy that, I guess we could bid Swarmlings and be relatively assured here of having another bid. Let's take a look at what Snellman thinks on stat-wise on these. Okay, so if we check Giants, Swarmlings, Alchemists, and Cultists. Oh, interesting that it thinks Swarmlings are doing so well here. I guess really the big takeaway is that the Cultists are apparently not good in this matchup combination. It's a little bit of an interesting revelation. Whereas I guess it's only on a sample size of 5. You know, we'll just lock away Swarmlings at 30. This is a very high average. This is indicative of let's see. Oh. Okay, cultists going down in point value. I'm sort of... The reason that this isn't indicative of Alchemists is the Alchemists of all these races get the most help from their unique faction tile. The Gloomy Workshop, very powerful. And Snellman does not have those implemented, so these statistics don't factor those in. Where are all these bids happening? Rapid fire, dropping the cultists like crazy. So... Cultists really not in great shape on these distributions. And now we've finally been bid down on the Swarmlings. I'm certainly not taking the Giants. I think this is probably just a statistical anomaly. I mean, even all of this could be on 5 games, but it still tells us something. If the Cultists are doing consistently this badly, this must be a terrible matchup for them in terms of absorbing starting power. And the Cultists are more dependent on that than usual, because their only faction power has to do with, like, having lots of action along their front. I guess it makes sense. The Alchemists could just branch away from them here. Yeah, okay, that could be tricksome. Okay, so we're not going to look at all to the Cultists. Dropping the Swarmling price some. This is... You know, the board is atypically good for Swarmlings in terms of round setups, so we can be very assured that actually things will manifest better than these indicate here. Okay, now we're up at 3 on Swarmlings, and Alchemists are at 29. Still doesn't change these relative to each other. Okay, yeah, really, the only questions are, do we want Alchemists at 28 or Swarmlings at 26? Alchemists can go Temple on round 1 and reap Stronghold on 2. I think a reason I love Swarmlings so much on this board is that the Giants have to start with a Stronghold, and if the Giants have to start with a Stronghold, that means the Swarmlings can actually get an Earth 1 favor. It's not always super common for them that that's possible. So really, really a very strong matchup combination for Swarmlings. Okay, I continue to be bid down. Is this enough that I should be worried? Doesn't seem that way, and I didn't... Yeah, okay. It's... Yep, we'll happily go down on that. If people take us down enough, we'll start bidding on the Alchemists. Again, zero interest in the Cultists. It's not the right sort of matchup for them to take the most advantage of their power. Okay. Gotta start with some opening pleasantries. Interesting here, Alchemists coming down more. I guess that's not unexpected. We knew that we were happy to jump on Alchemists at that price. But Cultists moving down even more, and so are Alchemists. Oh my goodness, the Cultists are just bidding to nothing. I don't think they're going to have a very happy time of this. I know that they don't have their least favorite round card present, and they do double up on fire, but this bonus does not pay as well as many of them. I think... Okay, we won it. We won it at these prices. That's kind of wild. Let's see how the dwellings come out. Again, very eagerly focused on where the Alchemists decide to make their placement. So that definitely gives us some pause about where to do it. Okay, so Alchemists opened on this tile. Surely they'll want their other tile on this continent, because how could they not? This is just sort of crazy to think that they wouldn't. Alright, that there's just too much free stuff for black residing over here. So I don't think they're gonna want they're even gonna be looking at this spot. So we can very happily go ahead and take this one now. I mean, we could take another one first, but we think we're looking at these two, and is the order honestly going to matter? The cultists will get two choice in between ours. So I guess maybe we want to signal to the cultists to come here if they want, but they won't want. We know that, because the giants have already cut away their exit point. So cultists are gonna jump here and probably somewhere over here, and then giants fill in that tile, and like this all seems like a very reasonable state of things. Yeah, let's make this happen. Kind of surprised giants chose this one. Usually giants are looking at like here, just because giants don't actually care about the difficulty of terraforming stuff. It's all the same for them unless it started red. I guess actually on that note, that does make this more reasonable, because if they terraform just this one space with one shipping, then they can build both of these. So that has a lot of merit for them. And then the other one that has merit is over in this chain. They probably won't make use of it though. They'll probably prefer to start in here, jammed between two of us. So what do we need to have a good start in this? We probably want to end with Stronghold, Temple, Dwelling, and an Earth 1 favor, and then we'll call it a reasonable course. So that requires a worker beyond what we start with, and then a spade, and then a couple coins too. I think actually one coin, one worker, and a spade. So we'll be interested in taking one of these two cards to open up with. Those do the most to fulfill those requirements. In particular, if we start on this, then we could jump onto this bonus tile for round 2, and we're liable, thanks to the scoring payoffs, to have a Stronghold and a Sanctuary both. Taking 8 points on pass in round 2 is nothing to sneeze at. It's definitely a problem for the cultists to figure out where to start on here. I can see why they went in the tank about that decision. So where should we be interested? If we build here, we may experience some pains in connecting. Having access to a breeding pool is maybe some reason to start in this direction, but I think if we start here, we can be pretty assured taking power from the giants this way. That does necessitate putting a stronghold here to take the most power though. And we kind of prefer to have the Stronghold Sanctuary combo over here. Maybe we can dig this all together and then have one metropolis using our breeding pool. That's also a possibility. I think we're just most interested in securing the power for ourselves. We can figure out how we'll connect these later, because it won't be easy. Yeah, this is fine. Definitely not too interested in starting over here. The connection will be hard, though it was interesting to note we might have been able to form a big power pod right here if I'd begun on this space. That would require me to double dig this one, then I can build here and build here, but it would just be murderous to connect up my network. So we are in third chair. Alchemists and Giants are going to make their moves before us. So we're actually going to see which one of these the Giants start on first. And whichever one that is, we're going to upgrade that one as our first action. We want to make sure we cannot lose these. They're very important. Now, Giants have a source of free spades. Alchemists are probably going to max out their digging. I guess the reason we're worrying about this is without the access to the spade bonus tile, we have to worry about can we get enough digs through power, because we are one of the few races in this game that has some optionality about whether we upgrade digging. We could either do it or not, depending on if the situation calls for it. So we'll see. Okay, insane things are happening. Now we're over here. And we're blocked off of access to this. I guess we're gonna have to dig around the bottom. Cultists wanted a priest. Interesting. We are maybe likely the most interested in eating this tile. This is a popular tile among basically every faction. And Giants will absolutely be thrilled to take it if we don't get it. As mentioned, going the other order is more powerful for us in the long run, but that requires us having access to this tile on round 2, when there's not really a great reason to suspect that we would. I think we're going to be worker starved early. We'll be much happier if we just seal this off. Even though it closes the door on the dream, it's worth a while. And glad that the cultists pinched the priest, actually, because then the alchemists can't have it. This is going to be a crazy game. Cultists are going to have a lot of trouble making something out of here because no one's going to join them for forever. We do need to be worried about how we'll connect up. Not too worried. That's kind of a later problem. Let's see where people start. I'm hopeful, yes, alchemists will start here. Then if giants can start here, we can just form a big power pod in this sector. I would be pretty enthusiastic about that being the line. And then cultists just get no power and no neighbors. Okay, so Giants optimistically trying this one. I guess we know the cultists are going to try here. So it's kind of a question of where I want to take it. We know either way we're getting one more upgrade from adjacency. I think I want to start in this one, just because if I get Stronghold Temple in here, I can found the first town a little faster in round 2 for the added workers. That has a lot of appeal. Well, it's unfortunate we would have to do it over 2 single digs, but that's also true on here. If we did it here, we would need it over 2 single digs, and we'd have to build a bridge in between also to make the town. We're just worried about racing as fast as possible. Let's go ahead and get this upgraded. This way, also, if the Giants make any motions at cutting spots away from us, we'll at least be situated to we'll be well situated to form a town, like take more power from it, and maybe we can form the 3-unit town here. There's a lot of fear that we just get cut off. A lot. Right? If Giants cut across here so we can't get to the bottom, then we have to ship around. And hope we can ship and maybe take this middle stage. This has gotten... The Alchemists have made a very, very interesting gambit here. I don't know how we're going to escape this. It's like they've done a bad thing for themselves, but they've also done a really bad thing for the cultists and a less bad thing for us. So, like, you know, they might actually be hurting the relevant factions enough. Like, I don't want to call this bad play starting in here as they have. It's just... It's different, alright. Giants should get Stronghold, and then they'll Sandstorm and build here, right? Sorry, not Sandstorm. They'll Giant Dig, whatever it's called. It's effectively the same as the Nomad Sandstorm. So that would mean we have to pass in front of them. But they only have 2 in order to avoid getting cut across here. But they only have access to 2, they only need to take 2 actions to round that out. Whereas we need to take a lot of actions this turn. I guess if we start by upgrading this one, they could choose to cut up here. If we have access to a double dig for our next turn, double digging this will save us a ton of grief later. Actually, we should have access to it. I think so, so we'll go ahead and snap up that double dig on the next move. Let's upgrade this one. Dicey. It's really dicey no matter what we do. This one's much harder to form the town. This one's more likely to get cut off. We'll just see how this goes. But if we can double dig to snap up this space, then the giants lose the ability to do all the really nasty plays to us. Of course cultists would come here, because how could they not? So we are going to lose a couple points by building the dwelling before we get Earth 1, but whatever. Like, whatever. We can deal with that. Okay, so Alchemists, time for another upgrade, yes? Otherwise you could lose access to the Earth 1 favor. Don't think you should expect to. You should expect... Yeah, okay. They made a wiser play. Giants make it time to make an upgrade, I think. So they're gonna get their Stronghold here, which will let them absorb... Yeah, there it comes. Okay, so now it's unfortunate, but we need to do this before terrible, terrible things happen to us. We just have to, we can't not. So, in it goes. Because this tile is a double dig for us. It would be nice to be able to dig 2 spaces, but the Stronghold, long run, this is going to be better. And then we actually have access to all these single dig spaces. We can maybe make a double town in this region. And definitely connect through here. So, whoa, not that. Sorry, this. And we will terraform that. It sucks to lose that many power tokens, a lot. Because in the late game, we are going to have a bazillion power income from all our trading posts. But we did what needed to be done to protect ourselves from the worst. And I stand by that decision. Because I think we kind of start up a bit in this matchup. We still know we're getting our Earth 1 favor. The Giants cannot secure it this turn. Cultists are picking a favor right now. Which favor will they be interested in taking? Earth, yes, okay. The Earth 1 is not unexpected by any means. But they do actually have some optionality to not. Would we like more power? Yes, please. Interesting that they went Stronghold rather than Temple first, because the Stronghold would have scored points on round 2. And this way they are in a real brawl with Giants for the Earth 1 power. So we'll see how that pans out. They took a priest, they can upgrade their shipping. Now their digs do give them power. They could take a second priest through inefficient conversion means. Okay, giants went this way instead because we already cut the relevant direction. So that's something to be happy about. And I think we are happy to complete out our stronghold now. We may actually have to... Oh no, this could be spicy if we have to burn another power token just to complete the temple this turn. That would be wild. I hope the Alchemists are smart enough not to accept this power. Oh, they can't even. They're power capped, so... That means, yeah, cultists really, really not gonna get to leverage any powers this game. Okay, Alchemists took the obvious choice, so now with 2 more workers, they can convert 5 power for a priest at the inefficient rate, upgrade shipping twice, and build here and here. So, pretty strong Alchemist start, except that it doesn't play to the points. So they're probably okay as long as they can beat giants to the earth favor. We only have 1 actual play here that's reasonable. So we're going to go ahead and make it. We have to decide, would we rather turn a worker into a coin or burn yet another power token to make our ending temple? That's a real choice. We would kind of hope that we could have a dig in the next round. It would be really nice to dig a dwelling and upgrade Sanctuary, but the fact that we had to double dig like this is really painful. See, we're going to take 4 power income from the Stronghold. That's enough to enable this action for the next turn, which is the one we're going to want to get that Sanctuary. Okay, Giants passing on to Coins. That opens this as an option for us. But more so than Coins, we're also just going to need 5 workers to upgrade a temple here into a Sanctuary. And I don't know how we're going to have that, right? We're only going to take an income of 4, plus then we could have this residual one. Sorry, 3 plus this residual one, plus maybe, hopefully, 1 from a bonus card. We can certainly pass faster than the Alchemist this turn. I don't think we can skip on getting a temple here. Maybe that's possible? Actually, is there a crazy universe where we just skip on getting the temple right now? Because that makes... We lose the priest, but it makes 2 money and 2 power, which go a long way towards shoring up our resources for the next round, and we don't have to burn things. We still should... We know we can defeat giants to an earth favor, because we only need a single action to get it. The question is, then, are we able to get this and the earth favor? Maybe, because we'll be passing in front of the Alchemists, too. So I know this is like an insane line or something, but I actually like a lot of what it does for us to pass prior to getting the temple. We lose out on a priest. Actually, I guess we could have used the priest as an extra worker. To make the Sanctuary upgrade happen. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 1 banked one, plus the priest. So then it's just down to, can we actually get the power action for all the money that goes into that. So that requires me to not make this conversion now, which means I'll be burning 2 of these tokens, so I'll have 3 in this bowl and 2 here. Then when I take my 4 power, that will move up 3 here, 1 here, so 1 in this bowl, 4 in this bowl. It's actually not even enough to grab this. So I think, as insane as it might seem, I think we're passing here. And we're going to take this bonus card, which is a lot of nicety to it. And when we do that, we're going to have 3... How much power will we take? We'll be accepting 9. Can we even fit all that? We are 1 off of being able to fit all of that. And I think that's fine. Yep. Okay, so wild line we're making, but I love it. Let's do it. Love this song too. I know that this one comes from Tales of Vesperia, which is actually my favorite video game. Okay, so we'll have 7 workers. Sorry, actually we're taking 4 in. So we'll be up at 8 workers. That is enough for Temple and Sanctuary both. We could just back-to-back them. Doing that, a little bit worrisome. It is gonna eat 14 coins, and we're gonna start the round at 7. So, you know, if we seal this off, we can do it. It's just a matter of, do the Giants take it first? I would guess probably not. They should, you know, they're not taking any power income. Yeah, okay, no shockers, Alchemists would want this card. This is a reasonable Alchemist board, and, you know, this card helps them a lot. Okay, Cultists got their spade, woohoo. Cultists really playing from behind here. I don't know how they're gonna make any of this up. We are having a very, very awkward Giant Stronghold gives 4 power, not 2. I always forget that. You never see the Giants often enough. Yep, okay, double dig. That's what I would expect them to seal away. And that's going to give us 1 power, which we can't take. Never mind. Okay, so we want this because Giant's still not in position to get Earth 1, so we know we can have all. We get to have our cake and eat it too, and it's just amazing. The only thing we don't get to have is we can't do the last dwelling, but you know, we'll do something about that somehow. That'll be next round's project. Then we'll finish a town here to get our first spurt of workers. From this passive. Every time we finish a town, 3 workers. Okay, some unexpected. Let's see. Alchemists wanting to grab a priest already. Interesting call. This is kind of an inspired line. The premature pass and also double digging the space when 2 single digs are available. Like, we've really gone down a deep hole here to capitalize on these points. It does actually give us more points in the long run. Or, sorry, more priests in the long run. Okay, this spot went away. Connection now looking very hard because, holy cow, look at this coastline. So maybe we won't get to connect, and that means we're going to lose area. Or it means we just never play on this starting dwelling again. Either way, I would like to be in charge of an Air 1 favor now. Okay, cultists advancing on the air track so that they can get paid a lot of workers at the end of this round. But they're having to do it basically just by fair means is what's happening here. Like, they have really not gotten a lot of procs of their passive, and as the game goes on, they're not gonna get it. I think Giant's probably digging this way so that with one shipping they can link a lot in here. What do we want? Well, it's time for that sanctuary. We set up for it, now we just gotta get it. And what favor do we want? I think we want our water favor so that we get points for all of the trading post upgrades as well. Because we have so many of those coming. I think we may be in the world where we ignore this dwelling. A little unfortunate we can't 100% ignore it, because I am about to get an application of my stronghold ability. I'm not going to skip that, and, you know, that happens here. But, whatever. We're going to take 6 power income. That's going to give us enough so that when we pass, we can take a dig action. Though it looks like Giants even defeated us to passing somehow. Alchemists have gloomy shopped. That's interesting. Okay. So they're just skipping temples completely. That's going to be minus a lot of points as they burn away for these things, but they are going to be super duper fantastically well economically situated. Not a lot we can do about any of that. This is just, do we, you know, our last action, do we want to upgrade this or no? And I think we definitely do, because as much as we're short workers, we're also short money, and we need the power income too, or bad things happen. So up it goes. You know, we also give up on 3 points that are otherwise ours if we don't take that action. Looks like cultists will be passing ahead of us. A little bit scary. You know, we would like to be second in this next round, but actually somehow that didn't happen. Because, yeah, the way things are panning out, I think we are going to wind up in the world where we need to upgrade our digging capabilities for this game. Just because we had to burn so many power tokens at the start, it's going to be a little bit problematic if we can't double dig often enough, because we just can't get enough dig actions for ourselves otherwise. Okay, cultists are passing. Cultists are passing on to 6 coins specifically. Unfortunately, alchemists have they're not going to be passing here. They can't actually finish out upgrading their digs though, because they have no way to get a priest. So, interesting trading post here. I guess this is just going to be a temple. Yeah, surely a temple and then an Earth 1 favor. Because points are actually a more enduring resource if you are alchemists. Okay, so what do I want? Well, can't grab any of the cards I actually want here. I could look into getting a cult boost and 4 coins. That will let me jack up to the 4 power level by spending a priest here on the next round. And heavens, we do need the coins. So that's an option. If we play things that way, I mean, there's some question about if we'll be able to accept this power. We're constantly going to be fighting the battle of, can we accept all this power that we need? And I think the answer is unfortunately often going to be no. If we take the money, then single dig here, build, upgrade shipping, maybe build here as well. We're going to have difficulties getting enough dwellings out to kind of stay ahead of the curve with how fast we upgrade our trading posts. It's definitely not an easy task. It's nice we'll have these spots secured so we can maybe mega town in this, right? It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is enough to fit a double town in this region by exact count. Then maybe a town down here, and we ignore this trading post that's in Nowhere's Land. Anyhow, definitely a pass. We're just puzzling over bonus cards, and I don't think shipping is where we want to be, especially because we can't actually take all the power income if we grab this card. Alchemists will be very happy to pass on to it, though. I think money and digs are our limiting resource, and upgrading digs is going to take even more money. So yeah, let's go ahead and look to this. I guess the worry is, what do I have to do if I could pass and take a priest and use priests as workers. If I do that, that gives me a backup for force digging the hard way here and then building a dwelling to get the rest of my workers. It's really a lot less than ideal. The fact that eats 5 of them, because I have 4 income as is. 2 workers, 2 priests. So it's just a question of whether that dig action is going to exist to me or not. Giants probably interested in double dig or this power action. Who else is passed ahead of us? The cultists are passed ahead of us. They can take the dig action, and they will be outrageously desperate for it. So actually, I think we have to back it up and take this. Just for lack of the worry is that we're not going to have access otherwise to placing anything in the next round. And that would be absolute disaster zone. Or I guess, yeah, this is tough. Yeah, that may have been a very, very bad decision. But I'm going to remain hopeful because I think we're in really bad shape to try and win if we can't have it. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I assume the Last Earth 1 favor's coming here. Alchemists, again, aren't under pressure to try and take it, but they're going to want it before they start spamming their dwellings. And wow, can they spam a lot of dwellings in the coming moments. Alright, let's see how this goes. A lot of bad possibilities here for us. A lot of bad possibilities, but I guess actually we do get to back it up, because if all the digging disappears to us, then we still have this recourse now. So, nothing as awful as the situation Hey, Illusion, I just noticed you there. Nice that you're back. You're not mad, you're disappointed. What have I done that disappoints you? Please enlighten me. Okay, this is an interesting prospect because it gives access to 2 digs. Now we can poach off the double dig, which... No, we cannot. I lied. The giants took it away. And the cultists took the single dig. And, okay, so it is that worst-case awful scenario that we envisioned. That means we absolutely need these, or we just can't play this round. So let's go ahead and make sure we get them. So what disappointing things have I done for you, Illusion? You are correct. I did not have the option to take Chaos Magicians. The Giants had already been tossed into the pool by the time that it was my turn to select. So you can't blame me on Chaos Magicians. That's all these people's fault. Specifically, it's Was Gibbet's fault. You can curse his name. Nothing I could have done. As for mermaids, yes. I put in the Swarmlings when I could have put in the mermaids. Haha. Alright, I think we're interested in this spot now. So we're gonna have to dig it the hard way because, well, our choices stink. A lot. A lot, a lot. So doing that is going to involve a priest conversion. Because we definitely want the dwelling out of this. You know, they can cut us off here, but they're not going to let them cut me to getting down in this place. Okay, so town is founded. That's going to give us a burst of workers. Interesting options here, actually. So with my 3 workers, I can get another dwelling here. I just need shipping for it. So I could go ahead and upgrade my shipping. There would be a lot of rationale in that, given that I want to hit the target of rank 4 on Fire Cult by end of round using my other priest. I could do that by taking the double key town and just sailing up. Then I use... Oh, actually, that's a very interesting option, because then I'm going to gain 4 power, and then the way that's going to play out is I can convert this to coin, still get up to rank 4 on the Fire Cult, and then advance my shipping. Then I'll still have 3 workers in the bank, but I'm going to have to actually burn up power tokens if I want to build the last dwelling. Maybe that's alright. Maybe that's alright, and I really want this double key town tile. Yeah, we'll just burn up power tokens if that's how it has to be. Okay. No conversions yet. Can't stay... Okay, yeah, I know that the Swarmlings are a pet faction of yours, but I can't play them every game. I'm sorry. Hey, Kator, nice to see you. I don't think I've spoken to you since the middle of that Chaos Magician game where you egged me on into playing them. And I still haven't heard the end of it, because now people think if they nag me enough, I might do it again. First favor for the Giants, that's water too. Cool. We want them to have that, because it means one of them can't have it. That's correct, Illusion. You were not there. I played Chaos Magicians 1 week ago when I knew you were with your friends playing, well, you told me that it was likely to be a dominant species. Wound up not being that. Okay, so what do I need here? So actually, it works out even better than I thought, because this power action is somehow available to me. So if I take it now, I'll have all the coins, I can build the dwelling, and upgrade shipping both. That would be a pretty happy outcome. So it does mean we're burning down to nothing. No, like four power tokens in cycle is kind of disastrous as Swarmlings, and we won't even be able to take the 8 power, or more, 12 power income that we're going to get. So we're going to be power capped every single round, and we'll just kind of see about what we do moving forward to get our digs upgraded. But I think we have to do this because we're going to have to, if we want the other dwelling, which we really need to stay ahead of the curve on having dwellings to upgrade to trading posts, then we're going to have to burn power tokens anyway. So in these go. No, Kator, don't spill your secrets, please. You must remain the only one that can get me to engage in such foolishness. Okay, this is more power for us. I don't think we want to take it because we're going to be power capped anyway. And that's just how it is. Yeah, so we're not even going to pay points for this. I guess we'll be power capped regardless of whether I get the last rank on this cult. Which I'm going to do just to get paid workers this round. This is like embarrassing how few tokens I have. But it's the right course of action. We could look to jump this way and form a town in here, but as stated before, connection's gonna be hellish. Maybe it can happen. Maybe. You could imagine with 3 shipping, I could have a town here, jump to this spot, dig through here, and then be connected. But, that is an ambitious game plan, to say the least. We're just happy enough we managed to carve out this space for us to do what we have to do. So we'll just leave that abandoned. Shipping, up you go. Unfortunately, we will be passing last, again. There's not really any hope for that. Okay, Alchemists snapping this card up, unsurprisingly. We would have loved to get it if we could, but, you know, we've had to make too many of these power actions, and now we even have to use this thing. It's really gonna get us delayed. Okay, good luck with your work, Illusion. I will remain optimistic that maybe I can see you later. Also glad to hear that you were inspired by that one game, because I sure wasn't, Kator. I think everything went wrong that game. The opening was terrible, the follow-ups were bad, and then we just managed to play so much better than our opponents, we just barely eked out a win at the end anyway. The video still resides on this channel for any viewers that want to go back and check in on that. Okay, so what now? Well, we got our shipping. We'd be remiss if we didn't build this darn thing. Pretty cool that we're still managing to be a point leader despite all of this nonsense that's happening. Total nonsense. Oh, I just have to run out all my actions. Everyone else passed. So what do I want here? Well, more power, very unappealing. 2 coins and a priest, probably not so much. I think we can safely say we're just taking 6 coins. This we want to exercise on fire because we're power capped regardless. So we don't want to waste power in these slots, and it's good for our round 4 payouts, even if it doesn't help in round 3. Okay, what else do we want to do here? We want to take this action. Now, we could upgrade either one of these. There's plenty of time to get our breeding pool in all this mess. It probably doesn't actually matter which one we upgrade. Let's just not leak a power away to the giants and upgrade this right now. Again, pretty cool that we're leading by so many points somehow, despite doing pretty okay on the cult tracks and being pretty well set up economically. Alright, let's pass here. We have nothing else to do. Give me that money. Okay. Well, that's a lot less happy, Kator. A lot less happy. I don't know if I can truthfully say to you, I am glad that I so frustrated you with my poor play that you saw fit to do them more justice. Because I agree, that was not a game that showed them at their full power. Certainly not. Alright, what are we interested in as a leading action? Well, that was a leading candidate. It's gone now. Too bad. We certainly can't build a stronghold or sanctuary. I think what we want is to get our digging capabilities upgraded so that we are able to capitalize on all this dwelling scoring in the round after. Unfortunately, we just lost the other thing we would want to do if we were making that play. So we can't upgrade our digging twice here, because we're just losing access to all the digs that we need. If we upgrade our digging twice, then we're only going to pull in 2 workers for the next round. That's less than ideal. There's actually another line where we take this single dig here, and then upgrade our digging once. And that might be the better line, because then we pull in more workers for the round after, and still keep our ability to start turbo digging. Still not up to looking at being in Megatown range. But we are going to want to try and hit another town in here sooner rather than later if possible. Yeah, I really did get screwed. It's true. I leached literally 0 power for the first round of that game. It's very suboptimal. Doing this is kind of like trading 4 power for a worker, because a worker is just going to be a dig once we get set up. But it might be alright. 4 power for a dig is it gives us the worker back because we get to score up an extra income with it. What we really need is to pass on to one of these worker bonus cards. Let's hope it can happen so that we can be situated for dwelling scoring. I think we are going to need this right now. I guess actually I could dig this to here to put a breeding pool in before the Alchemists get any ideas about cutting me out here. And then I can still upgrade my digging twice. That's another option. Oh, right. Of course, we're going to get tons and tons and tons and tons of power, or of workers through this. So that's going to see us through. So we just want to spend our power so that we can start collecting some as we advance up the fire track with our priests. Okay, so in the name of doing that, let's definitely dig now. But we are, again, stuck. Do we want the breeding pool or not? We could get the breeding pool, or we could build a worker. It's probably better to just get paid the extra worker. We can still upgrade our digs in the next round. Yes, okay. This should be the better line. Let's make it down here so we can try to form this into a town array as fast as possible. Whew. Okay, upgrading digging once this round means we're only advancing 1 space on this cult, but that's fine, whatever. We'll take our 3 workers out of the deal, plus 3 more from in here. Favorite tile for giants. Fire 2, okay. Fire 2 is being preyed upon fiercely, and that's actually a non-trivial problem. The reason I say this is that, Swarmlings in particular want to be gaining towns early to trigger their passive ability. And also forming the giant megatown clusters, it fares much better if you, fares quite a lot better if you've got access to the, that Fire 2 ability. So maybe we lose it, but it's hard to know if the Alchemists are going to be interested or not. As for us, we definitely want to seal one of these away right now, before they're all gone. Do I want to use any conversions? No. We're just going to be power capped again, but we know that's going to happen every time. Okay, Alchemists have carved out their town space here. We really have, we don't have interest in coming up top anymore. Now that they've cut away this space and this one. We've really been kind of preyed upon hard from the opening. Not as hard as that Chaos Magician's game. Okay, Giants cutting this way. That makes it very dangerous to try building here. Because, of course, we would need to take all of these and build a bridge to make a town out of this. It's better to just leave this to languish. Yeah, much better. It's a lot less than ideal, but hopefully we beat someone out in network. What are people's shipping values? Everyone's on 1 shipping except the Alchemists who are on 2. I'm actually very happy about seeing this from Giants, because now Alchemists are cut in a big way. Right? That they were going to hope to get Town 2 here and maybe bridge over here for 3. Now they can't cut through here unless they terraform this right now, which they... Can they do it? Yes, their digs are max upgraded. And they can... Okay, so they can take this very inefficiently as their next action. We'll just let these people brawl it out. No way we get through here for a town. This is dead to us. Bye-bye, trading post. We don't care about you anymore. We can't invest our priest here to move up any more on this, so we're gonna happily just jump our digging. It's pretty crazy how much we're just getting points for everything that we're doing. We got 1 action left in this sucker, and that is using this. Okay, Alchemists did go here and terraform it, and build, even using the inefficient conversion, because they had to take the square at all costs if they wanted to not get cut down to 1 town for the whole game. So, that works out for us. You know, we love seeing other people be in a close fight. It also means the Alchemists now presumably pass on their next action. And we like that because then we're situated on our next move to grab their bonus card. We're a lot less thrilled about the shipping bonus card. It's only 3 points, and the power is nothing. Nothing, completely wasted, because we're in this awful state as Swarmlings. We're losing out on so much free power. You know, if we can't get this action, we may content ourselves with... would we content ourselves with the Dwelling scoring card? Maybe it would be best to take this Worker 3-power coin action. Just a Worker is a big deal to us, unfortunately. We are going to have 7 Workers for the next round, and we can up that to 10, because this can be formed into a town on the next round. Sorry, 6 up to 9, because I'm actually going to turn a Dwelling into a trading post right now. So that's 9 Workers is enough to build 2 Dwellings, dig twice, and we have a little left over. Okay. We could leech some power here, but we would have to pay points for it, so we're just not. The other cult bump went away. Okay. Again, not, because this power is identically nothing to us. It's kind of weird to be playing a game where we just never accept power leech. Okay, cultists pass before the alchemists. That has the nicety that now they can't pass onto the card that the alchemists are going to give up. We're going to take this mandatory action, upgrading here. Go, go, go. And now we get to collect on a good amount of money. Not all the money we're going to need for the next round, but, you know, still a decent amount. Okay, Alchemist building through here. So actually, that means, yeah, they ran conversions to do it. That means we do not get the bonus card of the Alchemists again. Yet, as predicted, this card was way too fought over for us to get it easily moving forward. Okay, dwelling scoring is gone. So really the only thing we can, since we have to pass here, the only thing we could even feign interest in is this card. Worker and a coin does some things for us. I guess 3 coins and a priest actually is maybe better. It's actually strictly better. A priest is strictly better than a worker. And, you know, 3 coins strictly better than 1, and this power is nothing. So yeah, this should be the card. And maybe, I guess this leaves this open to Alchemists, but Alchemists would prefer to jump on the shipping card anyway, so no one's gonna care about that. Let's make our pass, and be sad that we've missed out on yet another round of 8 points. But it is what it is. Bridge action from the Alks. Okay. We are going to probably want to bridge this game, bridging in here. Because, again, we have a breeding pool. That lets us make super duper turbo towns that score multiple town tiles. So if we just join all this together, then we don't have to worry so much. We can dig in here and just score all our town tiles playing in a corner by ourselves. Okay, that would have been a nice candidate for thing to have, but it's gone now. No money for us. We could interest ourselves in collecting these workers, because we are going to use up 2 just upgrading our digging. Yeah, actually, I think the workers are where we want to be for sure to get the most in all of this. The most dwellings that we can down this round. Which we really need to be focused on. So we'll see where the Giants go. Giants are not going to be so interested in this power action though. Because of course they have way more workers relative to their coins. They get a way better deal at this point just using their power in these exchanges for coins than they do using it for this and converting the workers to coins. This is probably going to be our favorite power action for the rest of the game now, actually. Because again, it's just, this is for 2 spades, strictly better than both of these. Let's snap this off. And then we can get our digging upgraded and get to work on this. We can't get the town tile that gives us a bump on all the cult tracks, but there are other options in here. Maybe we're going to want this monetary one, because we only have enough gold to build 3 dwellings here. The reason being that 5 of it's going to get paid out to this dig upgrade. So, that's a thing. Still also need to be a little cautious. You know, we would like this Fire 2 upgrade, and maybe can't have it. Probably can't have it. We'll see. This is definitely what we need next. This round is all about dwellings. So if we get Fire 2, it'll be on the last round. And if we don't, well, oh well. Air 1 may be some kind of backup. We also gotta do some priest juggling here, just so we don't run ourselves out of priests in supply before game end. We want to be able to take all of those, but through upgrading shipping and digging upgrades, I think we've done well enough throwing priests away that, not throwing away, but expending priests in ways that aren't on these tracks. Whew. It's a rough game. Okay, interesting. Bridge construction. Well, that rules that out this round, but we still have one more round to build our bridge. If we even need the bridge. There's a very real chance that we don't. More interested in taking this spot than this one, just to prevent the cultists from coming in here in the later game. Alchemists incapable of reaching to terraform down here and cut us. Yeah, so let's go ahead and dig this. We have enough by exact count, right? 2 workers to build 2 dwellings, and then also 2 to make this terraform. We could also take this one for 2, but this is better. Please, give me these dwellings. Then we'll go ahead and build in this dwelling. And then we'll make 3 more workers appear out of the ether by using our stronghold action on a dwelling down here, which turns it into 7 power. Okay, Alchemists just stole the last Fire too, so now we know that's a thing that is not going to happen. Alchemists actually get to found 2 towns in here. Kind of crazy. Oof. As predicted, cultists still languishing, no neighbors for any of their shenanigans. Who has missed out on... Interesting, so the Fire 2s disappeared before the Water 1s. Still, Alchemists, cultists not looking at those. If I were the cultists, I would be looking to dig here, then here, and here, and connect all this into a town. Because they just can't make 2 towns out of this. They can't upgrade things. No neighbors means that they have to pay an arm and a leg to get their trading posts. Alright, in we go there. So we do have as many as 5 workers, possibly. If we want to expend the priests as workers. I could let us build 2 dwellings, except that we would need to make multiple terraforms, right? These are both single terraform, and they're the lowest hanging fruit for us at the moment. So we can't have 2 dwellings, so we want to have 1 more dwelling for sure while it scores the big points. Alright, let's go ahead and town it up. We chose this one instead of this one because if the giants do make a move down here, we want to get the free power. Free power's not even really anything to us. Who am I saying? It just doesn't matter as long as we don't pick this one because we need the town bonus now. Okay, so we're gonna have a total of 3 workers and 3 coins. That does let us build our dwelling if we want. But we actually have a shockingly high coin income. 9 for the next round. What's gonna let us upgrade the most trading posts? I mean, I guess it's just a question of we're gonna want a temple just so that we can get our free trading post upgrade, and also to take an Air at 1 favor so we can pass for 4 extra points in the next round. That's gonna cost a lot of money for us, and we are spending out to 0 money this round. Let's see, we could advance. We're taking 2 more rounds of incomes on 2 priests here. We can choose to spend priest in these slots so that we get an extra priest. And also because we're actually in shape to win the water cult, unlike any other. How many workers are we going to have access to? So 5 because of this banked one. Giants snap this card up again. We never get to have nice things. I think what we're going to wind up desiring the most is the workers for the last round. Yeah, that seems very likely. So I'm just gonna go ahead and set us up with that. Also nice to deny an option that no one else has access to now. Okay, so build here. Will be interesting to see if Alchemists actually get to form the 3rd town here. They should not be let to if the Giants are being wary. The Giants, I guess the Giants will want to pinch this spot, so they may not actually get time to pinch in here. Maybe the Cultists will take it. We will find out how this happens. Either way, we are interested in winning out water, so let's throw our priests there while we can, and then we'll dig ourselves a dwelling over here to end. Yep, up we go. Can we form yet another town in this? That's a useful question to ask ourselves. It's possible. It would require a lump sum of 21 amongst all of this, with a breeding pool in here. So what are we at right now? 7 and 7. We would have to get 7 in here for the final round. That is no small task. 6. We are going to build 1 more. Okay, so we'll take 3 priests. Sorry, all 4 priests as income for the next round. That's a lot of priests. If I'm somehow offered power here, I will finally be able to convert it into coins without, burning power tokens, which is nice in its own way. What are we interested in taking as a scoring card? We want Dwelling scoring, but we won't get it, because Alchemists are taking it now. Yep, there it goes. Actually, on that note, it was probably better for us to not invest the priests in... No, that's not true. We really do want to win a cult. We've invested pretty heavily in cults to get paid nothing for that. Okay, who needs more shipping to connect? The Giants need to increment their shipping 1 time on the last round. It's a thing we don't have to do. Cultists will not need any additional shipping, and Alchemists can't even get any additional shipping. Okay, so Cultists passing onto the shipping bonus. Yet again, we do not get a point scoring card, to the surprise of literally no one. Alright, yeah, it's impossible for us to build anything except maybe the breeding pool if we want it in here already. which is actually kind of reasonable because, you know, we're already last. Maybe we just get ourselves an action ahead by doing that. On that note, that means that we have no reason to connect across here. So we can even skip the bridge, right? We'll just have 14 in this one spot and 7 down here. But I don't know if we can get all of that. So we're currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get 9 with the breeding pool, 10 with our free TP upgrade, but only if we upgrade a temple first. Which doesn't even give us extra. So that's kind of 10 with the temple upgrade, 11 if we dig and construct a dwelling. Yeah, we can't actually get there. It's not possible. You can actually just sort of figure it out by pigeonhole, right? 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, and 1, because the breeding pool is only 1, and that's forced on us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. With the breeding pool, it's 1 short. So it's literally impossible without the bridge to mega town this. We may be stuck on 2 towns for the game, which actually doesn't give us a lot to do with our final turn. Just try to win cults and stuff. Which is a bit of a shame because we can only even win 1 of them. So do I want to dig the breeding pool right now? Probably not. There's no rush. I can hold the worker and do it if the opportunity somehow presents itself to make this a thing. So we're gonna pass in this seat. Still 0 points from all these. And as for what are we most interested in, it's 2 coins in a worker or 7 coins. Almost certainly seems better to have 7. Because we are going to be sitting at just the 9, and everyone else is going to want this power action. So having 16 coins in the bank does let us do a lot more. Yeah. Do we want to spend 3 for a boost on a cult? That boost on the cult will be worth 2 power, so it's sort of effectively 2 coins for that boost. That may be a thing worth contemplating. Because it would certainly be nice if we could, it would be a really nice thing for us if we could take that. Let's see, if I mark 3 workers for a temple upgrade, and then I get the free trading post 1, how many dwellings do I need to just have a total of 21 level of buildings on the board? I guess I don't have time to figure this out. We're gonna come down in favor of money. Probably money does something good for us. Probably. Let's hope. It's a very real possibility we could get another town. Again, possibility does not exist if the bridge disappears. I don't know who's gonna want to... Okay, this was the other power action we might have contemplated. It's gone now. So, that sort of answers that question. Maybe we can dig enough. What would it take? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's counting the free TP upgrade. So we would need to dig 3 more spaces. That would seem to be impossible. Yeah, I don't know how we would ever manage that. Can we defeat anybody on network size? Probably not. That's really, really bad. Given that we're not even winning these cults. I think... What do we know we need? The bridge, still, it's looking impossible to... This was way too many workers to dig and build all these, right? It's already 9 just to dig and put dwellings here, here, here. And that makes this 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 with the breeding pool. But that costs a total of 10 workers to get all of that. Yeesh. And that's only 19. So on top of that, we would have to upgrade Temple and get the free TP upgrade. And even that is only... Yeah, this is very, very impossible. So we're not going to try. That's nay to the bridge. Where are we interested in jamming our priests to try to win things? So no one's going to sail up high enough to beat us on water in one round. So we may well be interested in... I guess we want to spend some power or just do conversions before we start slotting in priests. How much can we build? So we need 3 for the temple upgrade, then free TP upgrade, and the rest is just spamming dwellings. And that lets us get... Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and make a worker out of this. I think that's the right line. And then we will advance on a cult. Let's advance on the Earth cult. Yes, no, yes. Okay. We have so many priests. Sheesh. Really falling behind on the math of everything I need to do this turn. I know I still need to procure an... Ooh, interesting offer. Are we interested in losing 2 points for that? We should not be. No, thank you. We need to gain a temple to grab Air 1 before it vanishes, but I'm not super worried about that disappearing. Alchemists can't even take it on the next move. Okay, Alchemists inserted their priest to advance 2 here to ensure that they wrap up 2nd place. That means it's going to be really hard for anyone to pass this up there now. Managed to kick all... Illusion, don't kick the baby. Don't do it. You know, having started here is kind of burning us. We needed the power to make this early action work out for us, though. So had we not started here, we wouldn't have been able to double dig here, and giants would have cut us off. Am I worried about inserting priests? Maybe? If I take this now, I can threaten the cultists to lose Earth if they don't do something about it. So that sort of speaks for their next action. Alchemist's not in a position to cut the favor we want, and then the cultists can't, or at least it's worse for them if they try to, because then we beat them on the Earth track. But that said, we're already a shoo-in for 2nd here, so just trading priest for priest with them is actually not what we want to do. So they're already going to be happy to seal this off. So let's not do that, let's just get our favor. Up we go to a temple. And that gives us this nice Air 1 favor. Yes, that does help position us on giants on here too. So that's going to be 4 points for us. Which is good, because everyone else is getting points on their passes. We are not. This is actually going to be a pretty bad game for us. Uncharacteristically bad. We're going to move farther away from 500 yellow. This game is going so badly, actually, that we can start contemplating, like, it. You know, are we going to get last? Who knows? The Alchemists taking their double starting points here really put us in a tough fix. They're technically adults, but they're kids. There is always time for someone to time out. You are correct. I don't know that that's what I want to be hoping for, but it's something. Okay, so what do we want in here? There is actually a crazy world where we get another temple. And then we can make another trading post upgrade. That will take 6 workers, and we only have 5. But that seems fine. Okay, so now we're locked in for second on Earth. Cultists snapped that off anyway. We may want to be worried about the air cult. That's the one that's easiest to attack our standing. If the giants are let to wedge both priests in here. So I think we want to make sure we secure that. Because we will be gaining power across all of this to make, yeah, we should be gaining enough power to make an extra worker so that we can get our 2 TP upgrades. I suppose all that really lets us do, though, is get an extra favor that won't score points. But if we're losing network anyway, it might be the line. We'll have to count it up. Either way, we definitely need to grab this while it's available. Okay. So no. What do we have left on our map? We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buildings. That's insane. Cultists have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alchemists have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll never catch them. Giants also 6. We will never catch them. We may just be losing the network. Oh my goodness, and we actually have to add 1 to the deficit because we know we're not connecting to this space. So we just want to do what makes the most points with our resources. That's almost certainly, Okay, so if we are to insert a priest here, the cultists need to take this on their next move, or else we'll just win it. We'll win it by grabbing an air favor. Is that what we want to do anyway? It's possible. It would be pretty cool if we took 2 firsts, 2 seconds on cults. That would help to compensate just how terribly this is going. So we have enough money to make our last 2 upgrades. Yeah, the money exists, and then we're just gonna have a giant pile of extra workers to throw at things. That'll probably just build 1 dwelling at the end. If I advance here, surely cultists will take it. So there's no... The only possibility for me winning air is to upgrade the temple now and take air 3, and then somehow these slots need to fill up before the cultists next turn. That won't happen though. I don't think giants aren't going to feel a need to invest a priest. Alchemists also not going to be super inclined towards that, so maybe we can wait on this. If we just want to take a waiting move, we'll just use this right now while it's available. So up goes this. We'll wait and see what people do. We're gonna need to use a lot of resources on final scoring too. Oh goodness, and they're founding a town for 11. This is so bad. Last place may actually be in the cards here. Okay, Alchemists don't need very much effort to complete this town. That's just two upgrades. They have the resources sitting there. So they're also going to pull way up on us, and everyone else gets points for passing this round, just not us. Illusion, I would be happy to hear it. Please share. Though keep in mind that the start placements on this setup were very, very unusual. In a way that was not kind to us. So it's possible that what you're thinking was not an option that existed. But, you know, I can't rule. It may well have. Please do share, though. I would be very interested in hearing where people think this game went off the rails. We've been over this. Chaos Magicians were not an option. Not even a little bit. Oof, this is bad. Cultists, what have they got left in them? They actually don't even have the resources to scrape a trading post upgrade, which would score them 3 points. They do need to connect their shipping? No, they already have rank 2 shipping. They're connected. There's no help for it. They're just waiting on being able to secure the last one of these. So, I can still make a play on, I guess I want to ensure I win against Alchemists on the fire trap. So in the name of doing that, let's see, Alchemists can even take a fire 3 favor to slam me there. That would be really, really bad. So I'll want to bite that away from them. Actually, I don't know if that's point efficient for them to use their resources that way. Probably right for us to go ahead and throw 1 priest here and just have the cultists fill out this last. We can take 6 points from another trading post upgrade, but it's going to take all our remaining resources to do it. Not wonderful. Maybe we can build... If we build enough dwellings, is that better than the 6 points? So we would need to build 3 more to make that break even. I don't think that's a thing that... Yeah, that would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 workers, plus then the 11. Yeah, we're nowhere close to having another 3 points that way. So we do actually want to be looking at procuring a favor. Since there's no possibility for us to go ahead and take this, I guess there's a worry Giants could grab Air 3. We still have enough bumps to stay ahead of them. We should really, Water 3 exists. Alchemists could sail past us that way. Let's just go ahead and grab a Fire 3 favor. It's the best that we have access to, unfortunately. Okay, now we're guaranteed second in fire. No one can attack that position. Actually, it might have been better to grab water too and be the guaranteed winner there and then have an extra cult step elsewhere. Okay. Interesting. Cultists actually don't have enough towns to win this. How did I miss that line? I could have won that. Can I still win that? I can tie it. But that may be the best that's available. No, I have enough cult steps to actually win that now. So let's go prey on the weak there and see if we can't win that one. We're making the conversion just so we save some power because we know we need to upgrade a trading post here to end the game. So we're going to be the ones to grab this. And then smelling weakness, we can pass them and win here. And how does that happen? Well, oh, oof. For some reason I thought I had this favor. I do not have that favor. Well, that's a mistake. Okay, I really needed to take the water 2 favor there. This is... I have played this not well. Yeah, Swarmlings, somewhat difficult to play, certainly through the opening. But this opening was not kind, where I had to double dig and burn 6 power tokens just to avoid getting cut off everywhere. Did I say what? No, I did not say that. I did not woof at you. I am not a doggy, not by any stretch. Yeah, how are Alchemists gonna end this out? They do have the possibility of beating us in water. I can't believe I finally hit a spot where the rule mattered that you need town keys to hit rank 10. That never matters. It finally came up and I missed it. I could have had both of these slots. So I just had to take a better favor. Okay, Alchemists are, they advance 1 on the Cult of Water. Oh my goodness, Alchemists still had access to this late a water 1. Well, now they can just invest priests and grind past us the hard way. So if we don't want that to be true, then we're gonna have to invest, let's see. They still grind past us even if we invest on that, a priest in that spot. So the best that we have access to is sadly tying cultists. So we're gonna wind up taking 3 seconds and a tide for first. This is substantially less good than the cult scoring that we might have hoped for. We're not even going into this end position up points. It's just kind of embarrassing. Do I want to lose a point? No. Okay, there's hope here. Hope we can defeat the cultists maybe and take only 3rd place. Because that's honestly what we're playing at. Only 12 points in the lead on them. That will increase to 16 when we pass on this air favor. but I don't think 16 is enough. They're gonna make points up on us on both cult and area scoring, if I haven't miscounted this. Yes, okay, so we're last place. There's no getting around it. I blew this game. That's a shame. Is 500 No, 500 is not an equivalent skill rating for every game. In Terra Mystica, it's very, very high. There's less than 10 people out there that have one that high. It's a shame, we won the last game so easily. Maybe I need to stick to certain races. Not the Chaos Magicians, I know what you spectators are thinking. Definitely, would have gone better had I picked mermaids. It's a pretty okay mermaid layout. It had all the point scoring cards, dwelling scoring, shipping scoring. These round bonuses were not at all situated to help mermaids. They were pretty much one of the worst sequences that it could be for mermaids, but that doesn't matter. They're a little more invariant in this sequencing than they are in availability of bonus cards. Now we're going to see a town get founded. I think they're going to take 9 points and a priest. And then they're going to use the 2 priests to pass us up on water. That should be what goes down here. Will I be playing another game? Yeah, I can... You know what? I actually think I can do that. It's not usual that we have time for a third game on a Saturday stream, but we're finishing well ahead of the curve, time-wise. Usually this would be about an hour and a half later, because both of these games have progressed pretty quickly. So yeah, great. Let's queue up and we'll play a third round, and hopefully that can sort of ease out my saltiness from getting last in this one, because we have definitely... Oh, interesting that the Alchemists wanted power. Why would you want power there instead of 9 points and a priest and then beating me on the cult? Does power enable them to do some craziness, like win area against someone else? Well, now they've won area. And I guess they didn't have access to worker or coin cards. Okay, so they're doing this for area victory. That means that we only get tied on the water. So, that's a little better. Yep, no shockers there, and then this is where they'll pass, scoring, I don't even know how many points, 7? Yikes. Alright, depressing final scoring. Still 12 points in the lead versus the cultists, but I don't think we're making that ground up anywhere in here. We're definitely dead last on network. So wait, we are... Oh, I may have miscounted this very badly. I think I miscounted 10 of my points. Yes. I counted myself as having 10 less points than I actually did, and so a total miracle means I didn't lose. Yay! Yay for not last. Still keep at least the streak going of not losing on stream. Whew, that's a relief. What's the damage? 11 points? 11's not the worst. 11 is the same amount that we gained on our previous win. Alright, I'm going to go take a fast break to grab a protein bar. I should be back in just another minute, but let's go ahead and start the queuing on this. Here we go. I'll see you in just another moment. Alright, I'm back, and apparently we've jumped into a game immediately yet again, so that's something to be happy about. No wait time on the queue. Okay, immediately looking down this list, I noticed town scoring round 1, so that's something no one can capitalize on. I also noticed these cult bonuses are really hard to get. That's pretty bad for cultists, given that they can't spam any of the multiples for free workers, or especially one coin for rank 1 in Earth, and then this is terrible for them, since it doesn't reward their passive ability at all. Now, who is this good for? Let's see, looking down through these, we're missing the shipping bonus tile. We're also missing the Stronghold Sanctuary bonus tile. So we may be interested in, we have lots of access to money here in our bonuses. Actually decent access to workers, because there's only 3 bonus tiles that can grant workers. And we have 2 of them, even if the one that we're missing grants the most workers. I think ideally in a spot like this, I would be looking to take someone like just the Darklings, which is boring. And, you know, even if we throw them in the pool, we probably won't win the Darklings, because other people will be willing to bid a lot of points for them. This may actually be a game to jump in with mermaids. We don't have the favored scoring tile of the mermaids, but we do have all the money tiles we would want. And dwelling scoring is their second favorite of all those cards. Engineers also looking quite strong, I think. None of this is especially helpful to them, but there's not any of the bad signs either. I guess maybe we need to be worried about the lack of the spade bonus in this pool. So any faction that sort of gets help on its terraforms, that may be appreciated. To that end, we could actually think about nomads as an option also. This is a little bit discouraging because this fellow, Jesse Redball, about to time out. And there's not really much we can do about that other than eject them from the game. And because no moves have been made, we won't get any ELO, we'll just have wasted time, and then we'll have to re-queue. Let's just chat it out and make sure that somehow they haven't missed the fact that it's been their turn for 5 minutes. Okay. Looks like another player has already motioned to kick them out of the game, so we can just wait for that. You know, at this point, honestly, we may, yeah. Okay. They're done. Unfortunately, this is now like an unplayable game because the BGA does not handle people quitting in the middle in any kind of game specific way. So there's no, we would be playing a 3-player game. At that point we may as well just re-queue. Hopefully we can catch another match a little faster. Illusion, what would you have chosen there? I would have been happy enough to play Engineers. The last round Stronghold Sanctuary scoring is kind of nice for them because they don't want their Sanctuary until the very, very end. It takes away their access to that beautiful 5 power income. Well, good on you. That was certainly my second pick. What? What? I'm sorry. There was just an announcement on screen of how players could leave without penalty, and now it's just penalizing me for leaving? Oh no, it's penalizing me for tying 3 other players is what's happening. But I had a higher ELO, so I lose points to it, which is insane. This is actually a known issue with BGA. It does not handle ELO computation in the right way at all, even close, if you tie someone. It then subtracts points from the player that was higher rated and gives them to the lower rated player, which is just straight up wrong. Okay. Scoring cards, Stronghold Sanctuary, and Dwelling. Wow, really we're having a theme tonight with Town scoring round 1. This is the 4th time in a row. Stronghold and Sanctuary scoring coming at the very end is, I don't know about that. We finally have some Spade scoring on the list. That's something that bodes in favor of a faction like Darklings. Swarmlings. If this fellow wants to play Swarmlings, more power to him. Usually, yeah, okay. They're gonna get punished by these being late in the game. They do have the best thing for them, which I discussed earlier, the town founding being round 1 or not at all. I guess round 2 is the ideal, but that's fine. Not really much interest in playing that by me. I think I like that I can get points for digging this game. If I'm in a faction like Alchemists or Halflings that can set up a dig combo. I think... Are there any interest in the engineers here? Probably not, because this is a little late to be getting their stronghold. Usually you want it on round 3 or 4. Yeah. We do have the worker income cards also, and the priest one is a high point for alchemists. So all those together, yeah, it seems fine to check these fellows in. Let's take a look at what Snellman tells us matchup-wise. Not that we haven't played this same matchup before. So we know those factions so far. And oh my gosh, don't look at this page illusion. Yeah, okay. That is hidden away. There's absolutely no way that you saw the top-rated race in this particular layout. Okay, well we didn't have an option to throw them in that juncture anyway. It's the dwarves making it in here. Halfling level 3 buildings, their sanctuary's fine, nothing particularly special. I think halflings are, they have some flexibility in the timing of when they put their stronghold down. If it's round 4 digging points, then the halflings can build stronghold even before that. If it's round 3, they really have no time to cram it in. The stronghold has to come later. Probably round 5 or 6 at that point, because they have so much digging, more than they can keep up with putting buildings on top of in the spade round. Alright, so how did this shake out? We already have a bid down at 29 for the nomads. So this is the spread. Again, Alchemists much better than these stats would represent, because the Gloomy Workshop always helps a lot. Yeah, I think I'm very happy to just sign on Alchemists for 30. Usually Snellman's stats show Alchemists at a much larger disadvantage than that. Kind of weird that I see Swarmlings rated on the bottom. One thing I like in this configuration is that if I'm playing Alchemists, Swarmlings, Nomads, Alchemists can definitely form a power triangle right here, where we can leech a ton off of each other in the early game and give the dwarves a much weaker start. And that's probably how this is going to pan out. Also, holy cow, people are bidding this down aggressively. Now I'm much happier to be on Alchemists at this point. It was close before. But now we're in this world. Illusion, I think the best facet for Swarmlings in this particular game, they have two things that are helping them. One is the existence of this card, and then the bigger one is town scoring in a round 1 or 2 or not at all. The problem with late town scoring for Swarmlings is that everyone else will reap 15 points, maybe 10 if it's like round 4, but they don't get to. They are forced to found their towns prematurely for the 3 worker bonus, or else it just straight up doesn't work. Like, any kind of reasonable build order with them is dependent on the dependent on them receiving that. Less thrilled about oh my goodness. Nomads just went down even more. This is crazy. So now we're looking at this spread. Dwarves are starting to look somewhat reasonable, maybe. Being 4th chair means they can be sure of picking up this spade. And they can still get an Earth 1 favor because the Swarmlings won't be able to take it at move 3. Is there a world where round 3 digging scoring is something we can capitalize on as the dwarves by spam upgrading our digging? It's not out of the question, actually. Crazy as that might sound. What about absorbing power as dwarves, though? Nomads and Swarmlings are going to want to cover this continent, and I'm going to play along with them if I'm Alchemists here. Their usual favorite start spots are here and then any of these, so they can tunnel between them. But none of those fix to deliver very much power at all this game. So I don't know, I'm not super thrilled about, yeah, we'll build Alchemists down a little further. And they're stepping much lower. Dicey territory. Maybe we are okay to jump on dwarves for 29 now. Possibly it's reasonable, as dwarves have no color neighbors. There's also, if we, maybe we just forsake tunneling and play in a world where we have no abilities at all. Up until, round 5 when we get our stronghold, and then we start doing the tunnel things there, and we focus on trying to get a round 3 big combo before that. I don't know how possible that actually is. But, you would be hopeful that starting with the spade bonus tile would do good enough things for the dwarf opening. It's dicey, but we'll do it. Dwarves it is. Now we're looking at this distribution of points over the 14 recorded teams. I think actually one bad thing for dwarves here is that dwarves generally want to see a, particularly this town bonus occurring like round 5-ish. Oh, wow, dwarves decreased even more. Okay, well, dwarves aren't great, so if we knocked them down 2 points, now we're back to moving on Alchemists. Ha! An IRL game? Illusion, I think you're probably right that the Swarmlings are okay for this game. They're not wonderful. Okay, we just got a huge point drop on dwarves. That's super duper happy for us. So, yeah. If they're gonna go down that far, now we've lost basically all interest in the dwarves. Nomads going down in points. If all of these factions get bid down this far, maybe we're okay starting on the Swarmlings. Crazy as that is. With our Alchemists, are we going to want to make a temple opening or a stronghold opening? That's a choice. Either way, we're going to get the other one on round 2. Okay, dwarves still going down? Yikes. You are correct. Any faction can be good when all the other factions get bid low enough. That is a truism of Terra Mystica bidding. And I think we're at the juncture where Swarmlings are starting to look like a very reasonable pick. At these spreads, I like Alchemists and Swarmlings the best. Probably Nomads are 3rd and Dwarves 4th. I don't know. This has gotten strange. That's a funny way of putting it. Yes, almost. Interesting, dwarves going lower. This is starting to become very evenly matched out, actually. Very, very evenly. This is probably the most even I've ever seen things go as far as Snellman's stats suggest. But of course that doesn't take into account these or these bonus cards or the seeding order, nor does it allow for special faction landscapes, of which the Alchemist is certainly the best one. The Dwarf one it's interesting. You can score a lot of points with it if you have a late cult bonus in spades, because the Great Tunnel allows you to tunnel through it with a cult bonus without paying the costs. Okay, we won it at 22. This seems fine. We're 3rd chair, so we can probably get a good bonus card too. I imagine Spade is going to disappear to the Swarmlings, so we're just interested in, do we want this one? Do we want the Priest? Actually, we may be interested in just pinching this off at the start and then making a stronghold opening. That could be a very strong opener for us. Where do I want to go? I want to take this spot right now because Swarmlings have already gone here and we want to pinch them off it. It's very limiting for Swarmlings if they can't cut across this gap. So, do we need to signal with any placement over on the right side yet? Probably not. I can't imagine. We might garner a neighbor to that one if we place here. Actually, we'll probably get a dwarf placement up top, adjacent to either one. So, maybe it's best to signal that I want this start point, and then let the dwarves know that they should be taking this one. Because Nomads will have the final pick, so they'll know to go here after I grab that spot. Alright, dwarves, let's see your 2 placements. I definitely wanted to send this signal that they could catch a neighbor here. Great, okay, so we did get our neighbor. We don't even really care where they put the other one, though it's a pretty safe bet, it'll go there. Our other spot is up here. And Nomads filled in the crack there. Where's our last spot gonna be? Nomads may elect to start in this placement. That would not be weird at all. Then they could build into having a lot of neighbors quickly. They're not even in any particular danger of getting cut off if they just want to take these spaces. Okay, well now we know the nomads for sure gonna start by upgrading in this tile. Now often we make shipping starts as alchemists, but I don't think we have to do that here. I think the existence of this card and then we can make a stronghold opening. Like, we need our stronghold at a faster timing than usual. Because otherwise we're not going to get to rake in the points for round 3 spade scoring. It's very critical you get your stronghold early if you want to capitalize on that as alchemists. And the reason for that is that it's a prereq for the Gloomy Workshop. Also, of course, stronghold means every dig gives 2 power, so then you get the absolute best exchange rate with this in place. I did get my favorite faction, yes. Though more and more I'm starting to like the engineers a lot. I've put up so many good results with them recently. I think you can, obviously the first game of this video was, well, I guess I won't spoil it if anyone wants to watch the video on it. But you can also see some other excellent engineers games sitting around on my profile. Okay, this is a very interesting placement. We're gonna have some trouble with this because we can't just connect through here easily by coming across this direction. Now, dwarves did take their single spade as anticipated. I think we're gonna score a lot better if we make our stronghold opening with this card than if we do the priest. It also gives us more flexibility in case the nomads decide they want to sandstorm away this tile. Then we won't be punished by that, because we can instead just come and dig through here. So this will work out for us in either case. It means that we can build up to the stronghold and still have 2 workers left after. We will need to procure 1 shipping to come across. If we don't get the priest, we'll probably do it by this. We could even make an inefficient conversion for it, honestly. You get so much power after dropping that stronghold. Let's grab this because the Swarmlings will be so gleeful about getting it if they don't. Whereas if we leave up a priest or something, then that is not going to make either Swarmlings or nomads anywhere near as happy. I have no idea where this song is from, but it sounds pretty neat. For the record, any viewers that weren't here at the start, I did announce that we're just, instead of doing the usual classical music, I felt like a change today, so running a video game medley. Just all sorts of random video game songs, and I have no idea what's in it. So it's been kind of fun to hear whatever surprises come along. Okay, Swarmlings did get their extra worker for having a nice start. Alright, and the nomads... Interesting that the nomads would take this card. I think that's just a large mistake. I think the nomads should have preferred to have this as their first action, and then the Swarmlings would have had to really be in some hot water. We're definitely upgrading here so that we can leech in more power. And then we'll look and see what we want to actually do with those power actions. Because we have a lot of possible choices coming down the pipes. Pretty cool that the dwarves have to leech power through this end as well. No choice for them on that. So we're gonna have all the power in the universe this time. It's almost as much power as it's even possible to start with. So nomads have a lot of spots that they could look to secure with their sandstorm, if they're even making a stronghold opening. I guess we're gonna find out before we have to make our next move. They very well may be making the temple opening. That is statistically the better of the two by ever so slight a margin. It's really close. So who knows which way they'll want to go. Hard to say. Yes, the universe. It's a ton of power if you think about how much we're absorbing. Double dig cutaway by I'm sorry, was that by Swarmlings? How did they procure enough power to do that without... Oh, they got this 3 and then leached it all. Right, okay. So actually Swarmlings have taken that spot. Interesting. We may be able to set up a max punish here on the Swarmlings. They're not going to be happy about it at all. Because, you know, they've gone and punished us here, and this is not some sort of crazy tit-for-tat exercise. It actually would be pretty cool if we got this place. Because then we just have a free swamp to build on. And I don't know that the Swarmlings can stop this. They have to give up their usual stronghold plus temple opening if they want to. Okay, so we are seeing the nomads making the temple start. That means that if we don't make a temple start, we're about to lose access to the Earth 1 favor. The dwarves will, statistically it's only the second best favor for dwarves, but I would be surprised to see them choosing the best one here. Yeah, and if we start Stronghold, we're not getting a temple, and Swarmlings can end the round with their Earth 1 in tow. So if we temple right now, who might decide to steal this away? Not the Swarmlings. They've got the digging that they need. The nomads will actually be poaching this if we don't take it right now. So that's something of a problem, because we're not really ready to be taking this right now. But we're going to have a really, really bad opener if we don't. Is that true? I mean, I guess we could dig one the hard way, because we are going to have so many workers. So if we make a stronghold start, lose access to Earth 1, and then we proceed to dig here. How many workers will we have? We'll have 2 in the bank. We can poach this off. No one else is going to want that. We'll have 4 workers ready to go. Eesh, that still doesn't do everything we want it to. That only lets us dig construct on this tile unless we make some inefficient trades in for workers after that. Also requires us to grab this. No, it doesn't. We'll still have so much power we can even make do without. So the stronghold start actually still digging through here the inefficient way can maybe pan out. Is that what we want to be doing? Probably not. I think it's probably better. Yeah, we're gonna. The Earth 1 favor is important. I think it's better for us to just seal this away right now. Because otherwise the nomads will be taking it, and they have a really bad round 1 if we grab it now. And a really good round 1 if, or we have a rough round 1 if we don't. So we'll make that work for us. Here we go, burning some power tokens. And we have to put it in a bad place for us, but we'll deal. I think the most important one, probably right here. We're going to terraform it. We are not going to build on it. The reason we passed the build is we're about to take an Earth 1 favor. And when we do take an Earth 1 favor, it's just 2 more points to build that. I guess we do leech 1 extra power, but at the cost of 1 point. So really this is trading 3 points for a power to build now. It's fine to wait. I can make a computer of all the... Yes, that is a doable thing if I were a goddess. How has this gone? Okay, Swarmlings have gone very far off the rails here in building both. I guess they were worried that I would come around after this space, and I probably would have if they made the usual upgrade to Stronghold, free TP upgrade, build temple line. If they had done all of that, which is by far the strongest statistical starter for the Swarmlings, we would have passed ahead of them, and then we would have gone ahead and cut this on our next move, because we would have passed with shipping too. So, you know, it's not a crazy defense for them to do this, but it really delays the things Swarmlings do well. So, I'll be interested to see how it pans out for this fellow. We're having a game of strange, inconsistent starts here. I mean, I suppose the dwarves still have a very typical, very strong one in the works. They will happily get their Earth 1 power, and then they will spade this using their bonus card. And then that will be the end of this for them. That sort of idea is not really as profound, Illusion. It's just, you know, everything kind of has a smaller Kolmogorov complexity than itself, with very few exceptions. This is Kolmogorov complexity is an idea in information theory. Sort of the most compact representation of something. I mean, sort of the precise mechanical definition of it is that it's the, yeah, nomads have to pass in this spot already. That's pretty rough for them. We're happy about that because they've made our lives hard here. It's not so much that I feel the need to get revenge on people, it's just that because that's kind of silly. We care about winning, not revenge. Okay, still need to grab my Earth 1 favor, or it's not going to come to me. If I take it here, then dwarves can take it next and Swarmlings will miss it. So yeah, let's go grab that. Boom, for me. Kind of crazy. We've gone very far from plans in all of this, but the Swarmlings have done some strange stuff. Can't say I'm super sad about how this has gone, despite it being clearly very bizarre. Yes, latency on retrieval would be pretty silly with a computer that large. Anyway, precise definition of Kolmogorov complexity is like the most compact representation of a Turing machine plus input pairing that will produce the desired quantity as output. But that's really just nerd speak. Okay, still going for the stronghold start. I guess they're just gonna whiff on their temple. Okay, that's actually not a crazy choice by them at all. What am I gonna do? Easy build dwelling. Huzzah, we have dwelling, and we got our points for it. Not a lot else to do here. Dwarves actually went for the priest. This actually makes sense, given that they can jack up this high on the cult track, and then take yet another spade. So actually a lot of people making pretty strong starts here. I think ours is probably the third strongest of all of these, which is another way of saying worse than the average. But definitely we're in a better position than the nomads. You could say, well, like, don't you have the same stuff on the board as the nomads? Yeah, but I'm not the nomads, I'm the alchemists, and nomads start with more stuff. If I'm passing with the same things as them, that is a big win for me. And of course I'm passing with even more resources too. Would I like to pass in this spot? So it would be nice if I could last a little longer so that the dwarves are, you know, I want their spade card basically. But that is not to be. So what am I interested in instead? Well, next round's probably gonna be like building the stronghold, and then after, let's see, can I even do that? If I build the stronghold and then try to make a gloomy workshop after, it is possible. I don't think this cult step is going to do much for me, but if I want to build a stronghold, what I need the most is money. So maybe it's right to jump on that card just in the name of having money. Then I would have 9 of it, and 9's, it's something. 9 money is actually the exact amount I need to make the stronghold. And then from there I have enough power to do naughty things. Naughty things like take a double dig and build a gloomy workshop? No. I won't have the workers to do that. Unless, actually, first I could take this, but then I can't also double dig. I could maybe have a single dig after, but that would be very sketchy. Well, we're going to try for it, because we want to get a temple in the next round anyhow. Notably, we're not going to get a lot of dwellings, so we're pretty okay about leaving that dwelling card. Spade would really be the best one. But we can't have it. We could have a priest. Priest is sort of like a superfluous worker, actually. So we can use that. Oh yeah, what am I thinking? We don't need money, we're the alchemists. We can use the priest as a superfluous worker so that we can make our gloomy shop after the stronghold. That ends us in a pretty okay position. Yeah, I think I like that the best. So we'll pass here and then do some crazy stuff. It's cool that we do get a coin for taking this priest card also. Alchemists are never... Oh, I don't know about that illusion. You can do some pretty naughty stuff as the alchemists that no other faction could entertain the idea of doing. No other faction at all. Interesting. So we're going to take power out of that. That's kind of surprising to me. That I guess it makes sense dwarves might come this way first. They're not under a lot of pressure in this direction. And this gives them a second place they can upgrade to a trading post, which is a thing they need to do in the next round. This dwarves player is, you know, they're really making a smart open out of this. I've been quite impressed with their choices so far. Alright, what do we get? So they put their free spade here. That's fine and good. That means they'll be building this, so we'll probably be looking to upgrade here to take in even a little more power. I don't know that we have to be that concerned with taking in power, because we are going to slam a stronghold. But the stronghold's gonna more than power cap us under present configurations. So if we want to actually be accepting all that power, we need to take another action pre-stronghold construction. Also, I noticed that in-game here we've got goddamn BF watching us through the BGA client, which is kind of him to spectate the game. For those who aren't aware, goddamn BF has been in and out of this stream at various points in time. Okay, Nomad's cutting the double dig. That makes sense. They have to be desperate to have spaces to dig. So that means we don't get that. There's this single dig, and that's gonna disappear before we can have our fun with it. That's not wonderful for us. Because it means we won't get to dig a gloomy shop. Now, yeah, that's really not super wonderful. So I could burn a ton of power tokens and have it now, but then I still wouldn't get to dig a gloomy shop. Like, Swarmlings are clearly going to want access to that. Or, I guess they still have to build a temple, actually. Swarmlings may be more interested in this because they are really short money to do the things that they would want to do this round. So hard to say. Maybe this somehow exists for us. Either way, we can't really get ahead by taking it here. So we're just going to go ahead and march our stronghold on up. Is this right? Yeah, this is totally right. Okay. Dwarves doing some stuff and some things. That's right, Illusion. Clearly the B stands for bunny. I think we've been over this. Quite a lot, in fact. What are we going to want bonus card-wise? We would be happy to get the Swarmlings bonus card. We would be happy to get the Spade for next round, given that we're going to need to make a Spade before we start Spade comboing to get the Gloomy Shop out. You know, unless things take an unexpected turn in the next round of stuff. I do think it's quite possible Swarmlings are looking to collect 7 coins. They're going to need lots and lots of these. You know, they're very short coins at the moment to do their... oh, nope, Spade it is. Okay. Interesting. How did Swarmlings get this dug? This is a triple terraform for them. How is that? So I know the Nomads sandstormed it. They just threw 1,000,000 workers at the task. Okay. Oh, sorry, Nomads didn't sandstorm it, they dug it using their double dig. So now Nomads are just in the worst shape ever. This is an interesting, very, very cool way to do this by Swarmlings. Now, of course, they get workers from the town found, and then they can still proceed to build a temple. Lots of very good play happening here. Again, except for from the Nomads, and maybe not even the greatest play from me, if we're being honest. Now the Nomads just know they're in deep trouble. That's really game ending. Okay, before our next move, we still have... Okay, they're building this before it goes away. They've seen enough naughtiness. Now, what is our choice? Are we just looking at the stronghold as expected? Again, we'll miss out on 8 of the power, but maybe it's fine. So after building Stronghold, we'll still be in possession of 2 priests. We could use those as workers to trade in on the Gloomy Shot price, but that only actually happens if we get, yeah, I don't know. We gotta build a Stronghold here. It gives too good of rewards, and there's no sense taking a power action before, unless we're worried that we're actually gonna lose this. But we won't lose this. The dwarves are the only ones that can pay power for these actions, and they will take the money. So up we go to a stronghold. We're gonna need to make some conversions for that. We need 6 coins, so 3 points will do. Now, we're power capped, and there's like a world where the dwarves go ahead and do stuff here. So we may want to convert a coin at this juncture. Is that correct? It's not obvious that it is. We're not going to have enough workers to do anything super crazy. We may just have to pass in this state, minus, we'll take some power actions. Yeah, okay. I think it won't affect our ability to take power actions whether we choose to convert or not. So let's convert 1 coin just so we can take it in. Yep. Because we can also be assured at this juncture, it seems pretty likely we would throw a priest at the water slot, just so we could get an extra dig out of this. Okay, Swarmlings, that was their free upgrade, right? Up go the Swarmlings. Yes, it was their free upgrade. Dwarves made a build, and sure enough, we were able to receive that power back. So that's all well and good for us. Nomads deserve trouble. Is this just for being as boring as they are? Because they are pretty boring. Also, if the nomads keep getting punished, maybe we can connect through here. You know, nomads still don't have access to their stronghold Sandstorm, and they still can't get it this turn. Maybe they'll be getting it next round. It's sort of unclear what direction they want to take on this. Are the nomads the most boring faction? That's an interesting point of contention, I think. They may well be. I think maybe number 2. I think my pick for the most boring faction is the Orin. Okay, so they are starting the... I guess they'll want to use their resources to take 2 trading posts, perhaps? And just, well, it scores some points. What do we need to be doing? So we can't do any kind of efficient digging operation. We do have the possibility of taking a lot of money. We would be more interested in taking a lot of workers. But also, we're pretty interested in getting this cult slot, which the nomads could take if they wanted to be mean about things. So we have 2 priests, and we're going to get a 3rd priest, and we only actually need 1 priest to set our digging up. Though we are going to want maybe a little bit of shipping. I guess we'll get 1 from the Gloomy Shop. And that's enough to get started on what we have to do. This priest slot is the most likely thing to vanish in the next rotation of actions. So, if Swarmlings choose a power action, it will be this one. Nomads can't take it. I don't think Dwarves will be interested in that. So, let's, convert power to coin, so it's not wasted power, and then we will grab this right now. I guess the alternative is, I mean, we can make a lot of shipping very quickly, but there's no need to do that. We can still get to 2 shipping for the next round. No conversions. Alright, pass from Swarmlings. That leaves their bonus card open. Unfortunately, that's probably not a great scenario for us, since we still have things to do. And they're going to take one of the bonus cards we want, and then it's going to open up this, which all of a sudden we won't be able to take that. Other people will close it out faster than us. Unless we're not actually getting power income. We could pass here just to have this card. Then if we do that, we can still lead off with this power action for the next time. So that's probably the right way to play this, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and play this in that way, because there's no urgency on any of these. And we don't have anything else meaningful to do for this round specifically besides the power action. So let's close it off there. Great, and now we can take 4 points from that card too, in addition to all the workers we just opened up. Now, dwarves have just acquired tunneling range to this entire coast, so that's something to be a little wary of. Hard to say how this is going to play out coming across here. I think nomads are set to pass. What will be our top priority action for the next move? I guess maybe not even taking this. It may be more critical that we grab one of these. Because, you know, we do need to dig the Gloomy Shop before we start spamming our good worker exchange rate. Now, digging the Gloomy Shop, let's see, if we could do it with this, but for just 2 more power, we get to grab a spade, which is effectively a worker, so that's at the same exchange rate that's available through this. So we should actually be very happy to lead off with a double spade action for our next start. Unfortunately, we don't have the best spot to put those spades because we still haven't upgraded our shipping. Maybe that was something I needed to do, but I think it was higher value to get on this bonus card. We really want to take all the points from past that we can. Core 2021? How are people spoiling that already? You realize there's more than half of 2020 left. I also disagree that Orin and Nomads are that similar. Right? Like, yes, both of them. I don't know. Nomads have some interesting. They have a few ways to play their opening. Orin only have one. And also their stronghold powers, if they both race to them, are not even that similar. I think What? How does that doesn't even make sense? Watsy, you need to figure out your numbering scheme. Something has gone very awry for you here. Very, very. Okay, we got 1 power for free there. That's kind of cool. Because we did keep ourselves in that power cap state. So we're going to get a free spade. I think actually we might wind up just using this. Rather than this, because we can't put the spades in a useful place if we take both of these actions. Now, I'm going to be happy to do this because I want to put Gloomy Shop here as a little bit quicker. Well, I guess the order doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll dig this one. Okay. The change is made. But definitely my top priority action needs to be digging that damn shop. Because until we do that, we're sort of at the mercy of, like, playing fair like everyone else with these power actions. We don't want to play fair. So we'll dig shop here and then have shipping to immediately start coming through this route. Hey Lexabyte, nice to see you again. How's this doing? Interesting question. Debatable. Alright, Swarmlings have carved out an enormous area, and they're just gonna build in this and get their mega town with a breeding pool. I guess now we don't even have a choice because this power action disappeared. So now we know we need to grab this. We are going to need to convert 1 coin. Spend a point as a coin so that we can do the crazy alchemist thing. Give me my shop. Stop. Yeah, there we go. I want to advance on both. Huzzah! Now we have rank 1 shipping and rank 1 digging. So that means our next action, we definitely want this so that we can advance some on the digs track. And then still have 2 workers left to spend some digs. Here we can dig both of these black. If you get your buddy to... Yeah, sure. I will happily kick your ass at the game. Do you say this because you're not a particularly strong War of the Ring player? I will admit I have never entered a War of the Ring tournament. In fact, I've never played the game with anyone but roommates, and I like to think I'm pretty good at it. But, you know, it's hard to directly compare when I have not battled too many people. I've really put a lot of effort into theory crafting that game. Okay, Swarmlings digging even... Oh my goodness, the Swarmlings are gonna have a monster game. I don't know how we can defeat that. Let us hope we can take second, because as mentioned, things have gone pretty far off the rails here. What do we want? We want this power action. There's no question about that. So, up we go. And we're going to start having access to some turbo digs. They're not great digs, but they're there. We can actually just use our priest as a worker to have access to 3 digs if we want to. But I don't know where we would even put them all with our 3 digs. Digging these 2 is somewhat obvious, so we can found a town right in here. Maybe the better course of action is dig twice and use the priest as a shipping upgrade. Because our shipping is really subpar by alchemist standards. Okay, we just lost access to turning the priest into 2 money and then 2 money again. That's okay. If anyone can play without money, it had better be alchemists. We don't need to delay on this town found. No real reason for that, given that the town scoring already passed in round 1. You have 2 friends who are really good. Illusion, I have to ask you, if you are a War of the Ring player, which side do you take? Do you prefer the Free Peoples or the Shadow? And also, what expansions would we be playing with? That's another mystery. Okay, Dwarves Tunnel constructed. It's interesting. They could be founding a town to get the 2 workers. You don't have a preference to sides. Okay. Fair enough. Both sides come with their fun things. I really enjoy the Lords of Middle-earth expansion for that game. I don't think any of the others add anything interesting. But Lords of Middle-earth comes with some interesting mechanics to it. A few more decisions for the Free People's player, and it balances out the game a little better too. So what do we want to do? There's no pressure to get any of our priests in unless we want this 3 air slot, but I don't think we care about that. We would be more likely to throw them at fire. I think we're just going to go ahead and get our digs maxed out so that we can do all the things we have to do. Digs. Max out. Great. And now we're kind of set to start doing busted stuff outside of this heinous lack of shipping. We are going to want to rectify that. What bonus card are we looking at? I think the dwelling scoring card, almost certainly. We don't have a ton of interest in getting another temple this round, but we need to get our dwellings out super, pronto. If we can't get those... actually the Swarmlings are not doing quite as well as I thought, just by virtue of the fact that they have no favors scoring for them. At all. They've just been taking land and getting resources, and wow, do they have a lot of them. And the dwarves, okay, so the dwarves are spamming dwellings for obvious reasons. They're on the dwelling scoring card. We would love to have that dwelling scoring card. Okay, rewinding a whole bunch to Lexabyte's question about how this is doing. Okay, not great. We've played 3 games today, and this one is the most mediocre of the batch. If you want to see a really well-played game, you can check the first one, and if you want to see a game gone very awry, well, then you can take a look at number 2. Okay, people will get to pass before me. Dwarves, I suppose, are done on their next move. So, I will not have... because first for the round has passed, I actually do get the first shot at the Dwarves bonus card if I want it. But really I want to dig. Dig. I can actually dig 3 times. Or 4, I can dig 4 times here. Who am I kidding? If I use the priest as a dig, the workers are all digs, and then making 3 digs will just grant me so much power that I can make inefficient conversions on a worker and take yet another dig. So do I want to play this that way? I have a lot more power tokens than I need moving forward, given that I never want this double dig action again. I think it's quite plausible that I do want all 4 of those workers, but maybe not for digs. I might just want 1 for dwelling income. Either way, we know that I've got to be digging this, and I think nomads have run out of things that they can... Oh, yeah, they've run out of things to do, have they not? So nomads are gonna go ahead and give us a pass. They can dig the hard way. Either way, we're coming in last. So we may as well embrace the fact that we're last next turn and just take our sweet time about this. We can think through how we want to do things. Boom! I dug a spot. Don't build. Yeah, confirm. Okay. Now I can dig another spot, and then that gives me the worker to then proceed to build here. I may just want to use the priest for a shipping upgrade, because that gets me to 3 shipping for the next round. Not super interested in digging this tile. We already have all we need to make a town in this quadrant. Three power for a priest by nomads. Okay, I guess actually that means nomads have a lot of actions left. So if nomads have one more action, that gives us, we can do a thing, they do a thing, then we need to pass. Crumb. That means I did want to build that dwelling. Okay, dwarves over on the spade. We'll get a plenty good backup bonus cards if nomads don't take dwelling scoring, which they may not want to do. They can't have a lot of dwellings. Okay, we're back to the state of no rush to do our things. Let's go ahead and dig this one. And this way, nomads can't pass onto my card, then get the stronghold for the next round. So me inching this along in epic slow motion actually just works out fine. Okay, nomads have interesting. Okay, so they wanted to spend it for a single bump, just to get a coin. That is the thing you are allowed to do, nomads. So their next move, I think, is the pass. Anyhow, whether we use this as a worker or not, in either case, we're gonna need to, Yeah, I don't think we use it as a dig. I think we just need the worker income at this point. We're on way too few workers. So, let's go ahead and jack up our shipping, because we can't get this cult reward at more than one more level. So, shipping it is. Does lose us a point to make that trade, but we're gonna need the shipping anyhow. Definitely gonna need 2 shipping, whether this gets cut from us or not. Because, yeah, we'll need 2 shipping to connect out of here, if that's the world that we live in. Or 3 shipping to connect through up this way and around this coast. We'll make something happen. Somehow, this is gonna work. Even if I don't know how. I do think we want to get our last dwelling income, though, so we are going to go ahead and build dwelling there. I guess I could go here, and that just gets me... Then if I go here instead, then I can upgrade this to trading post and finish a town, which is worth 2 workers, kind of refunds the TP cost right away. So that's actually not so bad. Nomad's desperate to get my my scoring card. It's not gonna happen. I still have another action in you, nomads. Haha. Might have been right to not dig this and build both of those, rather than upgrading shipping, actually. We're really, really short on dwellings. Swarmlings made a very wise opener in retrospect, though I'm a little surprised they have not formed a temple yet. I guess they're just going to try and form 2 on this next round. Okay, Nomads passed onto this card, so we do get our dwelling scoring. Huzzah, I suppose? Let's do this. Burn 3, inefficient conversion, go. I also have to spend 2 points for the money. But this is all worth it for 1 more worker income, I swear. Think... I guess I can't build the... Yeah, this is fine. Really should have gone here instead of grabbing this one. That way I would then just have this as an available build. Anyway, I am passing here. And I get my 4 points on pass. And then, what is it going to be? It's going to be dwelling scoring. I'm only going to rake in 3 workers, and I think it's pretty clear that that just needs to be dwelling, 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 because I am not getting enough worker income to play the Alchemist properly. This means that we're almost certain to miss out on a Water 1 favor while everyone else upgrades for them. But that's okay, there's no trading post scoring in later rounds. So missing the Water 1 favor is not the greatest crime. In fact, Fire 2 may help us considerably. There's some argument it's even the better favor. Okay, dwarves have infinite money, somehow. Good for you, dwarves. I guess dwarves have been keeping the single trading post open. This is a strategy that for some reason the dwarf first trading post scores 1.5 times more money. Okay, someone's cutting this. We don't even care about this. Sorry, what was the opening Swarmling? Oh, the Swarmlings went for extra workers. That makes more sense. Okay. What do the Nomads want? They probably want this double dig the most, but also there's no danger of losing it if they don't take it now. Nomads just have no territory at all, and it's terrible for them. I'd be interested in seeing where they double dig after losing this. And they can dig here, but they still have a spade to throw somewhere else, and that makes sense. So now, if we may have to race and grab both of these, and then dwarves will try to cut us off by tunnel, but if we can take with us one of the other 2, we should be okay. This has gone a little dicey, certainly. Given that we do need these, maybe it's worth fighting the battle right now. If we don't get both of these, connecting up this way is going to be much harder. So I think I'm pretty happy to get my 3 shipping and build here. The dwarves would probably... Okay, so the dwarves haven't done any dig upgrades. So it's actually... With these gone? Oh no, but the dwarves are on this card. Crumb. So the dwarves can actually, just for 3 workers, throw a dwelling right here by tunneling. And they'll probably be pretty happy to do it if we go grab this spot. But at least, even if it doesn't help us connect, it does let us form a town carved out of this region. This is assuming we can take this before the Nomads, but I think that we can. Should be fine. What do? We don't really have any great line where we try to build 4 dwellings, using the priest as one, because where would we put them all, right? We could put here, 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 but we... Oh, actually, we have enough shipping we could put one there too, because we are at 2 shipping. So that's a thought. Maybe worth grabbing this next, just so that then I can try to grab around here. And then I'll at least have forced a connection of some kind. Yeah, I think I like it that way. Okay, that's some points. Woohoo. This also ensures the dwarves can't try anything nefarious breaking through here, nor the nomads later. I don't know that they would want to. These are triple terraforms for dwarves. But, you know, now we've got this very secure. It's just a question of linking the areas, which is dicey. Very, very dicey. Bridge from Swarmlings. Okay, I guess I see it. That does mean that in 3 digs they can have 4 spaces now that the bridge is there, whereas without the bridge, 3 digs was just 2 spaces. Okay, we have seen an advance on the Cult of Air track. Nomads have just garnered their sandstorm. So how is this gonna work? If we go and build here, they may just sandstorm that away. You know, if we're gonna try to connect up here, we really don't have options to connect around here through this part. It's so much more expensive for us. So taking this tile while we can is probably just the ideal. We'll see where they sandstorm, but I would be a little surprised if it doesn't come in here to cut us, and also just to carve out their town area there. Yeah. I guess yeah. This is what it's gonna have to be. Maybe they'll sandstorm that one just to cut me off of the lack of terraform to do it. It's very hard to say. If I get cut on this one, I can't form a town in here, but I can at least connect. By build here, It's not too bad. There's also the question of how the dwarves want to handle connecting up. Right? Dwarves always have a little bit of a dicey time figuring out connections, just because they can't ever upgrade their shipping. They don't have any. Now they've dropped Great Tunnel here. This is an interesting placement. Clearly the intent is to be able to tunnel there, because Great Tunnel it increases tunneling range from itself only. So they can tunnel from here to there. I guess they can also tunnel to this space. Doesn't actually make a connection with this one though. Not until they pinch off this. So if they're not going to try to tunnel high, it's also great they've used their spade for the round already, so we can trust dwarves won't cut anything from us this round. Unfortunately, we're still staring down that damned sandstorm. Now, they may have the sandstorm in their arsenal, but what they don't have is, they don't actually have resources to build the dwelling unless they use their priest as a worker. Which I don't think that's an issue. They're going to be happy to convert that way and use the priest as a worker, but it means they can't build here and sandstorm another space and build there. That is not possible for them. So we're still going to have a shot at making this connection happen next round. Some way or another, somehow, who knows. Kind of turning into a mystery. Would be nice if they would let me build this one, I guess. And then we'll just look to grab that really quick, if we can. I don't know if that's going to happen. The alternative for a 2 shipping connection is build here, build here. There's also a world where I just build here, and then using the priest as a worker, and then that is worth the most dwellings for the next round, so that I can make the strongest play in the next round. Especially when dwellings are worth an extra point, can definitely consider that line. Then we can be real aggressive in how we do our terraforms in here in the future. But I don't know that necessarily we're gonna have access to all the spots we want in here. If we do that. Maybe we can connect taking this tile. The dwarves have not shown a lot of intent at doing it. Either way, I think things are going badly enough. We just have to hope for the good case scenario and grab both of these. Did I look over Twilight Struggle? No. What's the plan after 500 ELO? Maybe try some Gaia Project on stream? Alternatively, we might try something a little more mainstream. There's a lot of kind of fun strategy games that many younger people have experience with from like playing things like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh TCGs in their youth. Maybe we could take up some of that. There's really a lot of options, but I think Gaia Project is the most likely. If your friend gets a War of the Ring client going, I will happily stream our match. Still interested to see where Nomads Sandstorm? They are going to Sandstorm. No real question there. Do we want to take this power? Maybe? Maybe. It is 2 points. I think we're probably okay with taking it. Probably? Yeah. Join some board game tournaments and stream those? Yeah. Also an option. If you have specific ones that you would like to see on stream, you could forward that. I think one that I've been interested in trying is some Through the Ages tournaments. Okay, unsurprising that this would be the one to go away. That means that we're not going to be able to connect through here unless we get this end space. Now, Nomads need some work to get there, but they are going to get to pass in front of us. So, who knows? Now, if we build this tile here, then we are not able to grab this space. So, I think because they're passing in front of us, they're going to have to build here, then they can go build that one. We're going to want to upgrade shipping so that our first action of the turn can just be grab this. And then we're guaranteed a connection. There's no way for them to stop it. And we might be able to form an extra town in here. It's only a total of 5 digs, 6 digs. That's a lot of digs, but remember our digs are by far the cheapest of any race, given that we spend 2/3 of a worker for one in conjunction with the stronghold power. So in order to not get screwed, we need to up our shipping. So up goes the shipping. It's a little less good for our resources. We won't get the extra worker next round, but whatever. Okay. I think in this position, Nomads are passing. Dwarves still surely have some actions to take in this, right? They have a lot they could be doing. Swarmlings, likewise, they're not passing. They still have their stronghold power, and that temple upgrade, apparently. If we want the Water 1 favor, we need to race Nomads for it. And maybe we can beat them to that. Maybe. It's not out of the question. Really, it's going to be, a game of which favor can we take, and, which bonus card can we take. We know we're going to want this one, certainly, if we can get it, but probably we can't get it. Nomads are, as I mentioned, passing in front of us, and we will see how that pans out. Also, holy cow, the Nomads are going to have so much money. They're going to start next round with 30... No, sorry, I missaw. They're going to start next round with 27 coins, but that's still insane. I have never held... I think the most I ever held at once was 20. Maybe 21? I think this is a sign of a very poor game when you're able to bank up that many coins. Empire of the Sun. And you're in 4 Twilight Struggle tournaments at once. You play a lot. I shouldn't be surprised from the owner of a board game shop. As it makes you a very cool person, is what that is. Good on you. We're only going to take 2 coins from this cult reward. This is really not looking to be great for us. Okay, dwarves actually made an early pass. Very early pass. That does open up the spade card. I don't know that we care that much about the spade card. A spade is just a worker for us. So, whatever. Now, nomads are passing. They want the spade, which makes perfect sense. We'll be pretty happy about passing on to this card. And we did get some points on pass, so we're not doing terrible in the points game. But we're not doing well. Certainly not doing well. Interesting. So these are effectively both a worker. Whether we want the priest or the worker, we would spend it as a worker. So would we rather have the 2 coins or the 3 power? I think the power is more likely to make for extra workers if we can be the one that gets this power action. It does let us snap it off immediately. Of course we won't. We will absolutely take this as our opening move. Now in the process of taking that, Board Game Arena has a straight up bug that doesn't let you run conversions in the middle of an Alchemist terraform and dig action. That is a mistake. That should 100% be a legal action. But on BGA, for whatever reason, it isn't. So with knowledge of this bug, we know if we're sitting at, let's see, it would be 3 in this bowl and 2 in this bowl. We actually can't collect all the power out of digging this spot. So this power is largely wasted. We actually just straight up do better taking 2 coins and a priest. Yeah, okay. Hey Lexabyte, I'm glad you like it. So I said earlier in the broadcast, I'm not sure if you were around for it, that I'm departing from my usual classical music this time in favor of, we're just rolling a video game medley. I have no idea what's in it, so we can all be pleasantly surprised. It's been, certainly I've caught a few that were pleasant surprises for me. Probably the one that was, there was one nasty surprise. Early in the video, probably before anyone could even see it, an Animal Crossing song was playing. And Animal Crossing, not a game I enjoy, really. And it's, okay. Yeah, not a game I enjoy, and then the other issue there is that, whenever I think of Animal Crossing, I think of Tom Nook. And if you are not familiar with Animal Crossing, then you don't know what awful things Tom Nook does. It's not, gameplay-wise, he's fine, whatever. But Tom Nook is like some sort of purveyor of predatory lending practices, and I don't know what they're trying to teach kids with that nonsense. It is some real creepy stuff. You know, Tom Nook, he doesn't even ask your permission. He just makes you massive loans and then you have to pay him back. And yeah, he doesn't charge you interest or put a time limit on when you can pay him back, but you know, he forces loans on you against your will, and that is some creepy stuff. Yeah, the Raccoon Mafia. Well said, Lexabite. Alright, are you gonna try and cut me on this here, Nomads? Because you can't. I'm set up. I lost some points and resources in how I played the last round, just to make sure you couldn't get me. Interesting. Interesting that they wouldn't even make a move on that. So I'm still gonna need this tile to connect, but now it's not a priority anymore. Unfortunately, because of how we selected the bonus cards, this is not something that we can take. Or sorry, this is not something we can take as recompense. So how do we want to handle this? We definitely don't want to be building our sanctuary, but it's quite plausible that we want to head up to to making this a town. If we finish this out with a town, then we can take a 2-worker town tile. And that still keeps us in shape to cut this whenever Nomads try to make this move. Whenever it happens. On the other hand, if I triple dig this right now, I will cap out my power by exact count. I can absorb 6. And then that just sets me up to take this as my next move of the turn. Is anyone else going to want this? Possibly the Swarmlings will. They may be more interested in this action. Hard to say. Actually, who am I kidding? They're going to be more interested in taking dig actions. Yeah, probably best to just set myself up to grab this as the next thing, because nothing else is super critical. We will need to get the bridge in the last round, thanks to Nomads cutting that away here. So that's our priority for the next round. Hopefully we don't lose it. Not much we can do if we do, because we're almost certainly passing last in this round. Conversions. Do I want to be able to accept power? I'm not sure I care that much. And then I would ideally want to spin up 1 coin, maybe? No, probably not even. We may lose out 1 on being power capped here. Oh my goodness, why did I do that? That was idiotic. I obviously could have just taken this space. How did I miss that? For some reason, I was just treating this like it had something on it. Well, maybe there's time. We can grab this. Nomads will sandstorm that when we do. If we'd taken this, we would have been in great shape. It's 1 less dig. And then, what are they gonna even do? You know, they can sandstorm this, but it's yeesh. I can't believe I did that. Well, next action, definitely this. That is such a costly mistake. I'm not gonna say anything crazy like, oh, that cost us the game. Because, you know, I am a purveyor of truths. But, and I don't think we were winning this one anyway. It's not going very well. But, you know, it's a big mistake. We would have been in much better shape had we not. Yeah, so now they're going to rectify it and cut it up right after, but wow, if we'd just gone there. Okay, we know we want this. That's for certain. Now we don't even care anymore if Nomads take this, because we just have a wonderful backup in this water space. Double dig, cut by Swarmlings, no shockers. There's the breeding ground. How much power have they assembled in all this? They have the fire favor. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh my gosh. So they're gonna build a dwelling here, and then they still have their free trading post upgrade. They're gonna get a 3rd town here. For the benefit of anyone who's not familiar with the faction landscapes, the Swarmling breeding ground lets them form mega towns. Just one entity so massive all lumped together that it counts for multiple towns. They still need the same sum of levels of buildings, they can just put it all in one mash, and that's what they're doing here. This will, well, before the end of the round, they'll have their third town. We are still sitting pretty at 0 towns. But if things don't go too badly, we'll have 2 before game end. Pretty dependent on getting the bridge power action next turn, actually. I am mortified I didn't build here. Just think, like, it's not that much better for me. It really isn't, but it's so much worse for the nomads. How did I not, you know? That is shameful. In the meantime, let's finish out this town before we start throwing down some more of the dwellings. May as well build here since it's already terraformed. We're connected with a single build on any of these tiles, so there's no pressure in losing those. Or, you know, we could come here, but let's, yeah, let's go ahead and grab this one. And then we can build a dwelling. Do we have interest in trying to advance down this track? To get some of these cult rewards. So we've capped our shipping and our dig upgrades. We would just be using priests as workers. We can probably wait on doing that. I think it's more important to try and race for a town tile we might want. Okay, Swarmlings going even farther down this. They're really in marvelous shape here. Definitely we can't be denied the first time. No way this is going away. We can at least rest easy on that. If we want a Fire 2 favor, we could try to upgrade it inside here, like making this into a sanctuary. Not only round scores 5, but it also on top of that founds both of these towns through the 6 power formation. But we might be more interested in a Water 1 favor if that's somehow still alive for the next round. There's even some crazy world where we maybe do form a town out of this. To do that, we'd probably need to take this space, and then we would need this Nomads to not Sandstorm here. So I think we're gonna have to wait and see where Nomads Sandstorm. It's also okay if they Sandstorm this, then we could build 1, 2, 3, 4. That works too. That's a total of 6 terraforms, but we dig pretty cheap. I don't know that we'll have the resources to make it happen. Next round's gonna be one heck of a combo turn, and it's not gonna combo off to the happiest state of affairs, but it combos off somewhere. So we'll see how that happens. I guess actually, we probably want this either way. Well, if they Sandstorm here, then we're interested in these, which is the same number of terraforms. So I guess we know no matter what they take, whether it's this space or this space, then we want to build on this one. So in light of that, we can maybe just go ahead and build it now. But I think we are going to have to free up some dwellings. I think it's best to give up on the fire favor and just start upgrading these things to, you know, we can get the workers, get a few more coins as income. Let's, I don't know, having to pay an arm and a leg to upgrade these trading posts is not desirable. Maybe the dwarves will tunnel into here sooner or later, but they don't have any real pressure to until end of game. So, yeah, this is fine. Let's go ahead and found this town. The right move may well be getting another temple. Right on this same spot. Then we could also found the sanctuary. You know, if we get the... We probably want this favor still. We're gonna need to do enough TP upgrading in the last round. Do I want to lose 1,000,000 points for this power? I think that seems like a really bad deal. 3 points is a lot to give up at this stage of the game. And you know, we're still gonna get ourselves into this anyhow via all the digs we're about to do. Okay. Nomad's building here. This is interesting. Maybe Nomad's probably looking to sandstorm this tile, because if they don't, it's a triple terraform. Very weird that they would cut the bridge in that slot. Do they still have Sandstorm up? They still do. Can we get cheeky enough to take both of these? Probably not still. And we are going to need all of these regardless. So, maybe safest play just to start with this one. Then we can see how things unfold. Am I winning? No. No, I am not. No, no, no. I think actually probably the best is to force a priest in here. It gives us a worker for the next round. Then we can ensure we beat the nomads on this cult. That's something. Okay, no conversions. Still waiting, still seeing. So yes, no, no, still no. It is nice to see if we can, you know, stalling this long has enabled us to force the nomads to sandstorm before we have to make the choice. So maybe we can actually, we'll see where they decide to wind up doing their sandstorm. Pretty cool that the dwarves have tunneled down into here now too. They still need to connect. They'll just grab that through here. Not much danger of that disappearing. Who needs to upgrade their shipping for connections? Not the Swarmlings. They can stay on 0 all game long, which is pretty incredible. Nomads are already at 1. That means nomads are very much not connected under present configurations. They will need to make it to 2. Okay, so only nomads need a shipping upgrade. And dwarves, of course, have to tunnel build here. I'm with you, Lexabite. It's sad, but I don't win them all, unfortunately. We'll be interested to see what the nomads do with their next action. All they have left to do is use a sandstorm. They can't build without sandstorming. So I think it has to come out here, or they just have to miss a sandstorm, and they won't do that. Okay, it was this one. So we're in the clear. Alright, let's do it. Let's gang up on them, grab these. Still can't believe I didn't grab that. Oh well. Nomads just procured some extra workers. So that's nifty for them. But the sandstorm is gone, and they don't have means to terraform any of this. It's straight up impossible for them. Though they will have the power to make an inefficient dig, but they can't race my digging. So I think let's go ahead and... Which one's a farther terraform for them? This green one? If we dig this one first, then we can use the power to spin an extra worker to take the last slot. So maybe that's something, at least. Yeah, I like the possibility of digging this. It leaves some outs for some funky things we could try. Now I'm over here. Will I build on that space? Yes, I will build on that space. Don't mind if I do. And we still have resources via our power conversions, thanks to having done this one first to get the power from the digging to build this final slot. Our incomes are going to give us 9 workers for the next round. We need to take this turn, otherwise nomads will sandstorm it, you know? This is their intended third town site, and we're cutting it off. Not just to be mean to them, also because it's awesome for us. Yet more towns for the Swarmlings. There are up to 3 town tiles buried under all this mess. Which town did they pick? Yeah, it doesn't even really matter. We only care on the margin what's left. Honestly, all 3 of the scoring town tiles still up. We'll be happy enough when we get those. Well, only 2 now. At least we got in here while it counted. This would be so wonderful if we had this spot. Oh well. Oh well. Dwarfs passing, taking 4 points out of the deal because they have a stronghold. Interesting they'd step onto the cult space. That opens up things that we care about, which is great. No, actually, in retrospect, it's not that interesting. It makes perfect sense they would take that one. But yeah, dwarves have been playing very well throughout. Cannot fault this Halai person. As have Swarmlings. They took a very bizarre line, but it did a lot of good for them. Yeah, no, Titania's still not winning now. Titania's just... Ugh, I don't know. I'm making an okay showing. I'm not gonna get last. Nomads, build their temple. They will take, I think, the last water 1 favor. Maybe not. No, they will jam Earth 2. Okay. I guess if it's worth enough to win the cult to them, then so be it. We need to build on this, and we need to do it right away. So I think the best way for us to go about that is investing our priest in the water track, where we can still fight for some modicum of points, because then we don't have to burn power tokens after we accept the 2 power here, and then we can still build there before turn end, because nomads lack the ability to cut this. And we want to keep it that way. So up we go, on the water, huzzah. No, I will not use conversions. I liked being in this power cap state, not that it matters. So we have 1 action left in us. Okay, Swarmlings making sure they stay at parity because they want to beat us in this cult. And you know what? Probably they will, but at least we've ensured we get second on it. So all of these, we have all of these chumps that are going to get so much priest income, but they won't have enough slots to actually spend their priests. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in 30 seconds because one of my roommates is being a big jerk, repeatedly knocking on my door. One moment. Alright, and now we need to go ahead and snap away that last spot. We could actually do it eating this priest here, since it's all the same to us, and then no one else can get the priest. We'll just wind up using it as a worker anyway. Yeah, but that does delay us even longer in taking a pass, but I think the nomads are liable to make a pass here regardless. They're out of things to do. So the nomads they'll lead us to getting this bonus card we want. Maybe we outlast the Swarmlings this way to get their dwelling scoring card though. I think the disaster case is Swarmlings passing first onto this, then Nomads passing after onto the dwellings. We would be very unhappy then, but there's not much we can do about that, either way. So we'll go ahead and eat this. Hey Soulates! Not sure I've seen you around here. Welcome to the stream. The 4 mana money. I don't know that I need the 4 mana money. I am the Alchemists after all, so I can spend my score. I'm more interested in getting enough workers to do the crazy count of things that I need in the next round. And it's a lot of things, make no mistake. If I invest a priest on the water track, I will be short to build the dwelling here, so actually that's not an option. It's just occurring to me that the power action I really need is building a bridge, and I've actually put myself in bad shape to get that unless I jump onto this. Nobody else has need of a bridge, but, well, maybe the dwarves will if they want one in here. I don't know, we might lose this, which is going to kill chances of getting a town in here. That would be really bad for us. Regardless, there's not much we can do on the margin, given that I sort of lost focus of that. I guess, no, it's probably better to block this off in here. Alright, nomads, I think, actually the nomads are still sitting on a spade. So they don't have to pass. Yeah, but this is too many digs for them to build. Okay, so they'll take this spot. That does limit where, let's see, it doesn't limit the Swarmlings that much. This is single dig for them, single and double. Priest, worker, money, yeah, well, we're not in too desperate need of money, again, since we're the Alchemists, and we're actually getting paid a pretty decent money income. We're gonna get 8 on the pass. But we're pretty happy to just make these conversions, and then we can build here. So now we've locked this up. Our next move will be a pass. We'll see which bonus card we get. I think nomads are... Okay, Swarmlings passed first onto this. Yeah, crumb. Nomads are going to pass, and they're going to pass onto dwelling scoring, because nothing else makes any kind of sense for them to take here. So we've lost the opportunity to get points for that. The dwelling scoring, or the other, would have been great. I guess we're gonna have to settle for this 3 power and a worker, but at the very least, that does let us compete taking the bridge action as our opening move. So that sort of sucks that, sucks that we lost the points, but this is not the worst backup in the universe. And here we go. That's correct. So the Swarmlings they've already got their city. Is this even a, I forget the technical progression of these. I think the Metropolis is the largest named one, where they assemble the 4 town tiles in one entity. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think, yeah, that seems unlikely. Okay, because they still need a lot of digs to get enough spaces to make that happen, and they've not done any action upgrading their digs, so that's probably out of the question. I would imagine from the Swarmlings, they have infinite workers. Probably what we're most likely to see is getting the coins to go with it, because they don't have access to a double dig, though certainly the single dig has a lot of attractiveness too, and they can down convert workers into coins. So either one of those likely to vanish at this juncture, and then immediately following that, okay, no, Swarmlings are actually most focused on ensuring we don't beat them on this cult. Okay, it is what it is. We'll take our second, we'll take our third here. Maybe we can achieve not last on the air cult. That's the one holdout. A little uncertain that would be possible though, given that if we jam a priest in here, nomads can just put one into match. I think the most important thing, we really can't afford to lose access to this bridge. So if we go ahead and drop the bridge in, there's still 2 fire, 2 favors. So if we upgrade this to a sanctuary to take the 5 points, then we don't have to pay any of the expensive TP upgrade prices over here. And this will form a town for us after putting the bridge in first. So that works out reasonably well. Then we'll still have 6 workers remaining. Is 6 workers enough to make a town in this chain? I think actually it is. Alright, 6 workers builds 2 dwellings and 2 trading post upgrades, which is what we would need to make that happen in here. We have the adjacencies for it, we just need to come up with 4 extra workers for digging. Ooh, that may be too much. So if we use our priest as 1 worker, maybe we can get this after doing enough dig actions. There may be some way yet that we can spin this. I am not giving up on the hope of... we can gain an extra worker through the town found over here. That's how that can happen. Of course, we would have to get the 9 points in a priest town tile, but since that's the one we need to race for, we're gonna compete to it as fast as possible. So we'll start with the bridge, and we'll just hope this goes okay. Glad we've linked that up. That's a lot of pressure off. Okay, build from the dwarves. Yeah, dwarves can't get in our way in any meaningful way other than to cut this space from us. I don't know that they're really going to have any kind of focus on that. The most important thing is we don't want to lose this priest town tile, because that priest is secretly a worker. And we are going to need all the workers we can get to form this into yet another town. If all of this goes according to plan, we're going to end on our map with 3 temples and a trading post. So 4 buildings will probably beat someone in network size. It should defeat the nomads. It's actually possible that beats the Swarmlings. I don't think it will beat the dwarves. The dwarves have a lot of tunneling they can do to whatever zones they really want. This is going to be stupendously low scoring for us. Interesting. We can gain 2 power here. We probably want that, given the crushing need of grabbing this. You know, that may have been the difference between a town or not. Let's go ahead and found this one, while it's still doable. In it goes. We take our 5 points here. And, hold on, I know what town tile I want, I know what favor I want. Okay, choose a favor tile. We would like fire too. And now I must found a town. We want this because it secretly has a worker printed on it. So that's some points for us. Huzzah! Oh, conversions. No thanks. So again, we need 6 workers to make the necessary constructions, and then we're going to need 4 for the terraform actions. And again, we're already sitting on 2 of them. So maybe we can end by snapping off this 11-point town tile. That would be really something if possible. So, one way we could play this is do the dig here now. And then so that's actually a little bit of an overdig. Like, we would only dig it in 2 steps, so that we would cap out our power and have access to this. And digging it 2 steps of the 3, we would come around to brown, which also makes it maximally far from the dwarves, in case they get any ideas in their head about stealing this away. Nobody else has power to get this action, except for the nomads. So a little bit of worry that the nomads, who knows, will they cut this action? Whether they do or they don't, I think we've already secured enough power to be able to guarantee town form. Okay, so they did take it. Well, now we have our answer. That just means we have to do the terraforming on this one first. Then we should be able, let's see, okay, if we terraform here, make a worker. Now, we can really do this in whatever pattern. No one has access to the free spade, so it would be needed to use this for someone else to terraform, unless they just wanted to toss in 3 workers on the deal. I don't think they're going to want to do that. So, let's see, we can go ahead and wait on this, and just let's upgrade one of these right now. Yeah, this is correct, because we're going to need to actually have the resources in reserve to build. So up it goes. We can take 8 power out of our digging actions, but that only equates into 4 spendable power because of the way the Power Bowls mechanics work. So 4 spendable power, 5, 6. That is just barely enough to convert via the inefficient route to 2 workers, which is enough to finish out our town. So another town tile disappeared. There goes the 11. Bit of a shame that's the one that we wanted. But we can't really be too surprised. How large an assembly is this? 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so they're still 5 away from making an extra town here. I don't think, there's no way they can manage that. They would need, especially since they have the high-level buildings down on their map, they would just need to dig way too many spaces. Do we want to take this? It drops us 2 points. I guess we already counted that by exact power we had enough to do the things that we want to do. So we can be content to let this roll through. Are the nomads actually going to be able to found a town in this tiny area? It's possible. Yeah, so we should turn this down. As long as the dwarves don't get feisty about tunnel building here, it's fine. But they shouldn't. That should be impossible. Dwarves only have, I guess they have 8 workers. They don't have the power, so they could only terraform the hard way. That would involve throwing 3 workers, a 4th for the tunnel, and then a 5th to build. So they would have to throw 5 workers down the gutter. I don't think that's what's about to happen. They have many better ways to spend those workers. So we'll decline this. Okay, what do we want to do? I guess there's really no hope for it other than securing one of these spots as our next action. We do need all of our workers by exact count, so we can't use power to make the money. We need to use points to do it, which sucks. You know, that means we're going to spend so many points finishing this town that it's roughly break even with the bonus from the town tile, but we'll still do it because it puts us in better shape for network size. So let's go ahead and grab this spot. We'll leave ourselves power capped like this so that we can accept power freely. And in fact, that's what happened here. We got a free point of power. Also, the dwarves just spent enough. I'm not sure they can take this anymore. I guess they can if they use all of their priests as workers, because this does require the inefficient terraform scheme. Again, it would be 3 workers, a 4th for the tunnel, and a 5th for the build. So they're really throwing away the rest of their turn if they want to clutch this out from us. Climb on wind is a possibility, but again, if I rise on the wind track, I won't have enough workers to make a town in this section, which is what I want to do. So I think it's okay for me to stay down on the wind spot. I will take last place on the wind track, but it's just worth more points to finish out the town than it is to try to contest on this. We're power capped, we can't accept that power. I don't think we would want to anyway. Extra favor, they've taken away fire 2. Okay, that makes sense. We will go ahead and upgrade this. Oh no. Convert to worker and also convert some coins, and here we go. Yeah, we can do all this. So, trading post here. And now we have 3 workers to dig this space using the priests, and then that will generate enough power via the Alchemist Stronghold ability to convert the final worker and build on it. So we can be very happy about that. We don't want to pay a point here. It doesn't do anything particularly meaningful. Really a shame we can't get the 11-point town tile, otherwise this line actually does score okay-ish. With the 11-point town tile going to us instead, we may well have taken 2nd and beaten Swarmlings. Now it's going to be a huge stretch. Okay, Swarmlings locking up air. Nomads taking another town tile. Dwarves no longer even have the resources to tamper with this space on our part. I mean, they have enough that they can tunnel terraform it a different color, but it's already a triple dig, so that doesn't mess with it, and they can't build here anymore. Okay, they took money. Do we want the power? No, we do not want the power. So we'll convert these, and then here comes the dig. And this will give 6 power, which will actually cap me out. So we want to do this. Now, it should be a legal move to convert here and build the dwelling. Unfortunately, it's not on Board Game Arena for mysterious, unknown reasons. Like, why would they do it that way? Who knows? Strangely, they did, because it is totally a legal move to build this site. You can run conversions in the middle of a terraform and build action using the Alchemist Stronghold ability to procure the necessary power. So we're going to end here. We just want the town tile that scores us the most points, whatever that is. And in this situation, that's actually the money power, because this is 8 points for us using our Alchemist conversion rate. If we use this one, the 8 can be 4 coins, which also makes the power tile 8 too. So they're both the same. So I guess we don't actually care. Sorry, let me get this right. Reset these conversions. We want to do this, this, and that. And now we can build here. So since all these are the same price, it doesn't actually matter. We'll go ahead and throw that in here. This is one of the most hard-fought towns of our career. It's too bad that it sucks. Yeah, it is a logic bug. Actually, I should report a bug, Lexabyte. And Soul. Yeah, I definitely should be reporting that. Oh, I will go ahead and file a notice to Board Game Arena that is a legal move. And in fact, if you play on the alternate client that gets used for tournaments, the Snellman one, you can do it there. Unfortunately, our cult scoring sucks. Our area scoring does not suck, but it's not good enough to win. Let's see, do dwarves have any? No, dwarves have nothing left to do. So we're gonna get second place to dwarves on area. But we're going to crush nomads and swarmlings on area size. I don't actually know if that conversion is auto-done in the end. I think I've looked into that and sort of followed along, and I've seen, I've definitely caught at least one spot where it automatically did this conversion, and at least one spot where it didn't. So it's inconsistent. You should just, before passing, run the conversion yourself. So that's what I'm going to do. Now we don't have to worry about whether it happens automatically. And yeah, we have nothing left to do, so we'll pass in this spot. Yes, definitely GG's all around. I can't believe I missed taking that spot, but we should still be battering the nomads fiercely here. So, you know, we know we're not going to get last. It's possible I might have been able to get one more on area and tie the dwarves if I'd done the right route. Hi. Yeah, did not work out very well for us as soon as the Swarmlings took their double dig to grab both of these, but it was just crazy they managed to cut the Nomads in here. This is gonna be one terrible Nomad game. Third place, I agree with you, Solades. I think we have third here. I am pretty sure the Swarmlings have defeated us. You know, we've got them on area, but that's not going to overcome this 20-point gap, nor the fact that they're winning on cult bonuses. It's looking pretty grim for us here. I think we're an easy shoo-in for third place after this counting. Actually, is there? Yeah, no, it's definitely Dwarves Swarmlings, then we'll take third, Nomads will get last. That was a beating. Really, really rough. Illusion, I think that's a little bit hopeful on your part. We've established BGA has some of its difficulties with this game. I don't know about that one. Don't know at all. But I guess thanks for the optimism. It's also, at the very least, even though we've lost, we're not going to lose too much rank. And the reason we're not losing too much rank is, this person is apparently insane at this game. Holy cow. Yeah, so overall we're down slightly for the day. But, we're overdue for a down game. I don't think we've actually lost any games in, I don't know how long. Illusion, you need to be a little less obsessed with these clean numbers. I'm sorry. I can't always promise that I will end at nice round numbers for you. Yep, oh well. Thanks for watching, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream off here because it has been quite a while. A 7-hour stream is the longest one yet. But I was really glad to do 3 games for you all today. So, if you scroll down underneath the channel, you can see the next time I'm streaming. It's in 2 days on a Monday, and hopefully some of you will be back then. I'll be excited to run some more of this game. Also, consider clicking the follow button if you haven't already, if you want to get some more Terra Mystica stream. So thanks all, catch you later.